Okay. Now I have to pull up all the chats. Net off. Oh God. All right. YouTube first. Chats. We got Kick. Hey, what up, Emery? And then I have a little more work to do when it comes to my chats this time because I finally paid for Restream. Oh, I guess my mic's pretty far away. Finally paid for Restream, so that way I didn't have to limit which platforms I was streaming on. If I wasn't doing anything that I shouldn't, well, that I can't, anyways. That's not shouldn't. That I can't do like on Twitch or whatever.
Okay, this was a joke.
Oh God.
But
creator dashboard. Because if I can stream on, it's just like weird. Like if I'm streaming on Kick so much, it feels weird to like stream on Twitch instead of Kick. Because like a lot of stuff I can't do on Twitch, but then also like I basically can just like, if I'm almost never streaming on Twitch, even when I could be, then like I'm just like burning my ability to have anybody show up when I do stream on Twitch. So I just thought it was better to use Restream the way it was meant to be used. Okay, I gotta delegate some of this space on my desktop a little bit better. All right, there's that. And then Twitter just because I can. Why not? I don't get very many messages on Kick, but it would help if I was able to respond to them when I did. All right, and then I'll get my Stream Deck close to me so that way you guys don't have to hear me cough. Okay. So, I'm not going to pick up where I left off last time today. I'll do that tomorrow because it's New Year's Eve. Speaking of, Happy New Year's Eve. And Happy New Year pretty shortly here. My voice has somehow gotten worse overnight. I was coughing a lot while I was sleeping, and now my voice is like more fucked than it was just beforehand, which makes me sad. There we go. Oh my God. Cool. All right, I'm basically ready here. Froggy style. Oh my God. Thank you for gifting another membership. Yeah. I feel like it's Froggy style. It's like mission to make sure that everybody has a membership. That's I appreciate it so much. It's so cool of you to do that. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make my membership so affordable. So that way, if somebody wanted a gift, it wasn't like I don't want people to have to like spend a lot. Also, there are now memberships only emotes for YouTube. I just worked on that. Emery, thank you very much. God bless you, my guy. Mr. Poops got a membership. I'm glad Saxon got one. He chats more than everybody else combined. Thank you very, very much. So I wanted to talk about stuff that I have coming up, because it's stuff that I haven't talked about at all. And in addition to that, I wanted to talk about some improvements to the Discord. I'm going to be improving the Discord. I'll get more into that in a little bit. And one of the things I've done to help improve the stream is instead of just multi-streaming on 2 platforms, as long as I'm not doing something that's TOS on like one of them, I'll be streaming on all of them. Just because it's frustrating to like if I'm able to stream on Twitch, then like to abandon Kick feels shitty when I've been streaming on Kick so much. Yes, lady.
You may want to let them know people started lighting up fireworks, so they may hear
Oh.
that in the background.
Yeah, there might be fireworks going off, but it's New Year's Eve. It's kind of to be expected. Because I don't want to be super serious tonight. If you have anything, like I plan on talking to chat if they want to talk. Like no pressure. If somebody pops into my Discord and wants to chat and keep it light, we can do that too. Sorry, my voice has been fucking terrible all day. We can do that, and otherwise, or if you have any links, if somebody wants to pop any link in here or something, to watch, it's pretty unplanned of a stream, but it's New Year's Eve, and I just don't want to do anything super serious today. So yeah, so Restream is like fully unlocked. Gonna be adding more. Oh, we'll get him in here. Move to.
Hold on.
Oh,
Cool. There you go.
is my audio coming through your mic to me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, when you first came in, I could hear me. It freaked me out.
Yeah, that's because I had your stream on.
I see.
I don't know how to fix it on my end. Where my Rodecaster, for whatever reason, whatever videos I'm playing, people can hear it if I don't have my mic muted. It's really annoying, and I don't know how to fix it yet.
The sensitivity is probably too high, and it's picking it up from your headphones.
Do you know how to fix that?
Yeah. Wait, are you using like a physical mixer or no?
It's called a Rodecaster Pro, so I don't know if that's a physical mixer. I might fucking this trash.
Okay, so I have my mic, and this plugs in with I think it's XLR cable, into a Rode A1. It's like a physical like mixer, and it powers it. Not super hip with all the audio stuff, and like what it's all called, but it's essentially what it is. It's the mixer, and that powers it. So I can like turn the dial to reduce the sensitivity of my mic. Well, in like volume too.
Hey, how loud am I right now?
You're quieter, but yeah, I can still hear you.
What about now?
You're pretty good.
Okay. So I'm messing with things right now, trying to figure out if where my sensitivity thing could be, if there is that on this. Let me test something.
Oh, you can also put on noise reducer on Discord as well.
Noise reducer on Discord. Let me go to settings. Dude, because I want to stream, but there's like so many technical things that like it goes over my head. It's like another language to me almost.
I get it. Like, I'm a professional IT guy, and there's been things that I've stumbled over because, like like even looking stuff up online, some of the information's for old versions of software, um, or just not knowing like how to say what I'm trying to do, but I know what I'm
Mhm.
trying to do, but I don't know like how you would describe it to other people. So there's definitely some stuff. Like it's not a you thing. It's definitely more complicated than like the average like task on a computer.
Yeah, it's I got
Uh,
noise suppression. I have it on standard. Um, let's see. But I don't think it's just a Discord thing either, because I think I'll be streaming or whatever, and I think it happens through my Roadcaster. It's not just Discord, so I don't
oh,
think it's just.
it could be that it's
Mhm.
also set like I'd have to look at your settings. If you want some time, because I know you also have computer issues as well. Yeah.
I did. I don't know if I have any now. It seems like it's working just fine, but as far as I'm
Well,
aware, it's
all,
fine now.
I would say all the more reason. At least if you're comfortable, I have people. Like I wouldn't. I not like trying to charge you or anything. I'll do it for free. If you want to like let me team viewer in to look at your stuff, and I can also check to make sure that your computer is not like gonna start doing like make sure that you like it's not fucked and just behaving right now too.
Mm.
I wouldn't mind taking a look for you.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. Yeah,
And
that'd be.
you, if I don't know if you're familiar with TeamViewer, but you can press a button at any time to disconnect the connection. And
Mm.
I don't have access afterwards or anything like that. Um, it's what I'd use like if I worked for a company and somebody needed like remote help. It's the
Yeah.
kind of software they would use.
Yeah, I've seen it happen with my computer before when I had problems and people
Oh,
are
okay.
like, yeah, so like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's like yeah, it's completely escapes my mind how it all work. It feels like it'll work fine. There will be no issues, and then randomly, it'll be like, "Here's an issue," and it's like, "Okay, cool." I don't know where this popped up at. Yeah, it's funny. Audio multi-track process operations.
Yeah, like it might your audio for some reason might also be like routing like your input might be going through your coming out of your output too. I actually set mine up to do that. So like when I played audio, that it would act as though it was coming out of my mic. Um,
Yeah,
for a hotline call in when I debated Mr. Girl about veganism.
yeah,
I had like a message that I wanted to play and stuff, but then it fucked up the rest of my sound because I didn't know what I was doing. Like I got it all to work. I had like the audio recording go and it was good, and then I had to abandon it because I didn't want to like ruin my ability to have sound.
yeah. Trying to look it up on Google right now. I don't even know how to word it properly. How do I turn off the sound from my mic? I don't know. Yeah,
I'm
how
not
to
sure. I'd
turn.
have to look at all your settings and stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think I just came in here to kind of chill, but I also was curious if you wanted to. I don't know. I don't think you want to do like something super in depth. So I was just curious
Um,
if. Well, I watched one of my my debates, my unhinged.
oh, I do want to watch your debate.
Yeah,
That's I would say that that's light.
yeah, it is. Well, yeah, it's a little light. I think because like mostly in terms of you can watch it and I can talk to you about it, and it's not really that. You don't have to review it like you were with like the other conversation. Yeah,
Yeah, like what I've been doing, like I have to like really, really pay attention because like there's just like I'm like looking for patterns and stuff because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Um,
yeah. With this,
whereas
it's just like and you can just talk about the conversation, the topic in it of itself, and just yeah, so how yeah.
yeah, that works. I'll pull that up and then after that, I'll talk about all the stuff that I got planned out. There's quite a bit.
Cool.
A
Yeah.
new a regular scheduled show I'm gonna be doing included.
Sweet. Sweet.
Uh,
I
ye-
think I sent too. It should be sent.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was looking for you. I've had like quite a lot of conversations recently. All right. So
About what?
just with people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I had to like look for your icon. All right. Now I got to do something tricky. I got to switch this to the Acer. There we go. Wasn't that tricky. I was being dramatic. And you're at 326.21.
320s. Yeah.
All right. Hit me with the profit. Also, I didn't even watch this stream. I'm really excited to see this because when I seen the the title, I was showing the woman that my wife would like kind of seeing lately was over, and I was like, "Hey, can I show you this music video?" I wanted to show her Ren. She's
Yeah.
like, sure. And then when it was over with, I was like, Lav's talking to Tom about Mr. Girl, and I was like, fuck, I'm literally just not allowed to turn this on right now.
Yeah.
Like-
That that conversation that they're reviewing over, that's me conversating with Mr. Girl about whether or not Lav is
Oh,
daughter. So I'm
they're
even more
talking about the conversation you had with Mr. Girl that we talked about.
Yeah. I told him to. I said, "Hey, like if you ever want to review this topic and you have nothing to do, like it's a funny video. You should watch it sometime." And he was like, "What? I'm gonna do that. And if I can get Lav, I'm gonna have Lav watch it with me." Yeah. So yeah.
Oh man.
My only regret about that conversation, well, I have two regrets, but mostly it's the mic. I wish I had my fucking computer and my mic quality would have been good because my mic quality in that fucking conversation with Mr. Girl is fucking trash. It's so bad. And then I wish I had stayed on a certain topic to make my point because I feel like Mr. Girl did the dance with me and I'm like, fuck, like I let him sidetrack me. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the driver's seat the whole time.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, it is once he's steering, it's super hard. Like, cause he just doesn't let go.
You know what's funny though is I think by the end of that conversation, I like even though he definitely doesn't agree. It's not like I changed his mind. I'm never changing a man's mind, at least on something like this. But I feel like I won. I feel like I personally won because I got to the point where I was like, oh, because he like he made the point where he's like if I had dropped the label of father, the parental role, and then I became her friend, like, and then I got sexual with her, is that okay? And then like, I don't know whatever my brain was going through, but I was like saying, yeah, that's okay. But like, obviously I didn't think that. I was just like really in the moment. And then like, so he's like, oh, okay. So like, yeah, that's one of the more predatory things. And I was like, oh wait, like, yeah, sorry, I didn't think about that. Like, actually, you're helping me prove my point because you set that boundary in the first place, because it was forced upon Lav who didn't agree to it. I think you're inherently setting yourself up for failure. Like, this is an unethical thing to me to do in the first place. That's my point. Like, generally, when I was talking with him, yeah.
Well, she didn't agree to it at first, but then she like went along with it afterwards.
Yeah, but she specifies too when she's watching the video, and like I had always thought this was the case because when I watched it, from my perception, I always viewed it as like a little inside joke, and she viewed it as just too. So like,
yeah, so it's semi-serious because I talked to her about this in private. It does describe the nature of the relationship as being like similar to that kind of thing with the way their boundaries are set up. But at the same time, it's funny to both of them that people get like really weirded out about it. So like, it's fun to like keep playing that up because like it is really weird how upset people got about it. Like I would have a hard time letting go of that if people got that upset if I made a joke one time.
Sure, yeah.
Like I'm gonna say this forever now because it's really funny to me to watch you guys like writhe over it. Like, but maybe that's a little immature of me. But I don't know how to not think that's funny. But
she said she said the moment for like where it got like where she realized, oh, he actually believes this is when I think she said something along the lines of she asked him like a sexual question, and then he actually said it like, I'm not going to answer that because you're my daughter. And then she said verbatim when she was reviewing the video, she's like, that's the moment I realized, oh, you're fucking insane. You actually believe this. Because I think she genuinely does that, like, think that was in jest. And she was playing along with the thing. So, yeah.
I don't know. My perspective of it is from like what she has told me in the past, and
yeah.
I think that maybe she just feels differently about it now. And to be unfair, if a bunch of people like says shit about it and makes you feel weird about it, you're probably gonna feel differently about it too. But
Yeah.
I guess it's maybe I misunderstood when I talked to her, but probably not because I'm super good at talking to people. No, I don't know. It's possible.
Could be good, blah, blah. Maybe she's lying, but I don't think she is. In this case, it seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to say about this before we start it?
Okay. There's one thing I do want to say. I think I start off super strong here. I keep like an aggressive feel to it. I basically make my points. I feel like I'm like bouncing off like any points that they're saying. I'm like, yeah, that's like I'm going hard. And then there's this guy named Kid Not Ken that comes in later, and he comes in later, and I feel like this is what happens with the debate sphere, is that people like him, they sidetracked it a lot or they turn it into something else.
Yeah.
Without getting into specifics, there's moments where like I feel like optically, optically I'm already pretty soy to everyone here, or a large portion of his audience. But I think I kind of fucked up a little bit further because I was getting actually irritated with the debate style that he was going, because he would try to like switch it to something else, and I would call him out on it, and I'd be like really irritated with it. And then there's one moment where I actually mute him because I feel like he's not engaging with me. I only mute him for like maybe a minute max. Like I really, when I do this, people aren't going to know this obviously because I've never told them. But usually, if I mute somebody in the middle of an argument, I just need like a minute to like kind of chill, because like otherwise I'm gonna fucking spaz out and like look even worse. So yeah, something like that happens. But otherwise, I feel like I did pretty strongly in this conversation for the most part.
Okay, well, just a piece of advice: if you ever go to talk to Tom, like on Tom's stream, like you said, you look pretty soy. It's best to say it like whenever you take a position on something. It's if you want to appeal to the audience, just say it in the most like aggressive, like talk the way you would talk if you're just hanging out with your friends and you're like trying to rip on people. That's that crowd, and I like
funny?
that.
You know what's funny too is I feel like I had a mix of moral condemnation, where I'm ripping on these people that I'm criticizing, which is Destiny and Erudite. But I'm the intermix of being like that way, being aggressive and hostile, and it appears more like moral grandstanding, which technically I am doing, which is fine with me in this case, because I feel like I have something more like worthy of moral grandstanding and actually criticizing. So it's just naturally going to appear soy, because everyone wants in this space, they want their blood sports, they want to be as vicious as possible. And then like my argument generally to the audience is basically, no, I think there's a line where this is wrong. That's basically my argument, and a lot of people are not going to like that. Yeah, it's naturally gonna be, yeah. Part 2 of
Cool.
my conversation with uh go ahead. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself because, well, not only am I watching, I don't want it repeating, yeah, so okay, yeah, gotcha. With you yesterday. I don't care about the Mr. Girl shit right now. I don't care about that conversation. I've been talking to other people about it, and clarify my thoughts a little bit. So,
Okay.
I got
Oh,
a question for you. I think this question is
sorry, I was muted. I was just telling Emery to he's gonna say pause a bunch if he wants me to pause it because he's on here and it fucked me up.
important. So, if you get in an argument, a very personal argument with somebody, and obviously if things get heated, they throw up very personal things about you. Can you pause it right
Wait,
here?
What did we talk about yesterday again?
Yes.
Hold on. Can you do a stream share so that way it's easier to stay connected on the same point? You're able to do that
Yes.
on the Discord. Yeah, that would be easier for me, so I don't have to mute deafen because I don't want to get confused with any. Yeah,
Yeah, I got you. 1 second.
cool. That sounds good. Yeah.
There we go. Share my screen. God, I have so much shit open.
Yeah.
There you go.
Again?
Whether or
you hear
not it's okay.
1
second. Let me go into it. Watch stream
Oh, let's see.
and
I see.
play to say
Could you hear that?
at the moment. No, hold on.
I just played it for a second. Let me try doing the application again.
You might want to play it when somebody's talking or something.
There we go.
Maybe-
I found it.
Okay.
Somebody was talking, but this should work now.
To make fun of somebody for their rape or something like that, like when things get heated.
Okay.
That good?
Yes, absolutely good. Cool. Thank you.
Cool. Yep.
Okay. So you're arguing with a black person, right? Is it okay to bring up the N word? Are you gonna get that personal? Is it okay by that point?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say if like the other person's like weaponizing your race against you over and over.
Wait, no.
And-
They're not. They didn't weaponize it against you at all. You weaponized it first. Is it okay?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is it okay that I weaponize their race against them first? No, probably not.
Okay. And then okay, so if the black dude's calling you like a white person, are you gonna like call him the N word? Hard R?
It depends.
Yeah.
Like, if
What did Tom
they're-
take?
Yeah, if they're like weaponizing my whiteness against me over and over, saying that I can't have opinions because of these things, using the colonizer label over and over, they're talking about like that I have a slave owner's mentality, that sort of shit, then yeah, at that point I'd probably feel comfortable using the N-word.
I think this is where we defer. Because if this happens to me, I'm basically just rising above that. I'm not stooping to that level. Mainly,
Again, I don't
like-
disagree, but
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
like this is virtue ethics sort of shit where you're saying you ought to do the bigger thing, whereas I'm saying it would be good if you did that, but I'm not going to expect you to. So it's like you're saying if I walk past a homeless
I think the only time I'm having an issue with somebody who's black, for me to like, if I were to drop the N-bomb on them, I think the only situation where I'm really gonna do this, I want them to hit me. If I'm trying to provoke them to hit me because like I want to be in a fight, which I'm pretty nonviolent, I can't imagine that would probably be the only reason I would. So like all being good is out the window at that point. Like I want you to hit me so that like we can fight or something, and I won't get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
Cause like, god damn.
Yeah, I think generally my point leans to like, yeah, that would be like, and I think most people would agree is that if someone's being like racist, like, and your values are supposed to be like, yeah, being racist is wrong. Like objectively, somebody would be doing like a wrong thing there, not enacting their principles, their morals, and shit like that. That's basically what my point is geared towards. And yeah,
Well, wait, you can call a black person the N-word and not be racist. It just have to be like a really niche situation. Like if you know that they're particularly sensitive to it and you fucking hate this person and you want to hurt their feelings, you can do something. You can be hurtful to them about their race, but you don't give a shit about their race at all. You just know that it'll like crush them and you're being shitty and you want to hurt them. Does that make sense?
Sort of, but I also just think like if you're willing to go that low still, like it does speak something to like, yeah, like I'm just not as big of like an advocate against racism as I would purport. You know, like it's like
I can reframe it in a way that might make more sense. If you know there's a straight guy who's extremely homophobic, you might call him the F slur if you really wanted to get under his skin. It's not homophobic to call him that. He's not gay. You're not saying you're gay and therefore I'm going to say a word that makes you feel bad for being gay. No, you're going to say, I'm going to use a gay slur on you because I know that you're homophobic and it's going to bother you for that. So like it would be like in the same vein to me.
Yeah.
You're just using the best weapon you have to offend the person, to make them mad. And like the vehicle isn't really like the thing you care about. You're not doing it because you feel strongly about the choice of words you're using. You're just trying to be a dickhead to the best of your ability.
So I'm biting the bullet here. Basically, the best way I would frame this as like later on, I call Ken a retard a lot. Like I'm just basically like aggravated with like him being a retard. I call other people retards. If I want to bite the extreme bullet, somebody criticizes me later and says, "Seems like you're kind of ableist. You don't really care about retards, right?" And it's like, well, yeah, kinda. I kind of don't like in a way, yeah, because like this is a normalized behavior of me just like using this word and being hurtful with this word, and it could hurt people's feelings who are in those circumstances. So like I'm biting that bullet, yeah, in a way I am, but the main difference to me is more so if I got in an argument, like a personal argument with like somebody who's actually retarded, right? Yes. And then like I strike them, like they hit me with something low, but it's not quite as low as what I'm going to strike them with, which is, oh, you're retarded. Like you're worthless because you're retarded. This is my general point of like, if your like moral ethics and frameworks is like, you should like value retards more. You should value like more people for you shouldn't go that low in the first place. You should strive for like better equality for like black people, or like better care for rape survivors. Then I don't think it's I think it's contradictory for someone to stoop that low against those people. Does that make sense? That's generally where I'm leaning towards.
What I tried to slip in there, but I want to just let you get your thing out, is that I think that you're contributing towards like the systemic issue, but I don't think so. Let me put it this way. If you call a black person the N-word just because you know it's gonna bother them particularly, and you're just trying to be as like shitty to them in particular as possible, and you actually don't care about anybody's race, you would never like you're actually not racist. I don't think it turns you into a racist, but it does contribute towards the systemic issue of racism on a very small scale, and like that part of it isn't good for that reason. Also, like, you shouldn't be trying your hardest to hurt anybody either. But I just think that like the amount of racism in your heart doesn't increase, you know?
Yeah, well, it's basically me.
The amount of systemic racism you've contributed in the world has increased, though.
It's increased, and I think it's a moral flaw. And then my larger critique, we get into it later. My larger critique is towards Destiny and Erudite doing something like this in front of like a lot of people, and then kind of normalizing the idea of like, yeah, let's make fun of this person's rape because they're a bad person, and then projecting
really
this
bad
idea of like, let's make fun of this person further. My audience should make fun of them for their rape because they're a bad person. When I think that's morally reprehensible, I think that's wrong to do.
Is the thing that they've done that makes them bad making fun of people who've been raped?
Yeah, because like in a way you're saying to this person like it's your fault that you got raped.
No. The rape victim is the thing that makes the rape victim a bad person outside of their rape. Is it that they make fun of people who get raped normally?
Wait, can you rephrase it? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know why.
So Destiny and Erudite make fun of person A. because of a sexual assault that had happened to them.
Yeah.
And they're saying it's okay because person A is a bad person. Is the qualifier that makes them a bad person that person A, makes fun of other people who have been raped for being raped?
No, this
Okay,
person.
then yeah, there's no reason to do that then.
Yeah, this person didn't do that. If this person did do that, I
And
would
then-
say, and then Destiny returned it like that, I would still say what Destiny does is bad, right? Because he's not following the moral principle and still doing what. But it's not near as bad as person A going a little personal, but not quite reaching the levels of dehumanization
Yeah,
and
'cause
like
there's an argument of
larger
trying to show them the error of their ways.
Yeah, because to me, like if you're groomed as a child or if you're like raped, that's not
Yeah,
your
let's
fault.
say sexually assaulted. I don't know what Twitch's rules are.
Oh yeah, sorry, sexually assaulted. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I'm just
Just in
free
case.
ball.
It just
Free
occurred to me.
balling.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say that's like the only time that you could make the argument because they're bad, it's okay to do. Otherwise, that's really fucked up.
Yeah, that's generally my point here. And then I guess to Steelman, yeah, we'll get into it if you want to watch more before. I
Yeah.
don't want
Yeah, we'll
Give
let
away
it play a bit.
This person and they ask for money and I have more than enough money to give them, I ought to give them money. Whereas I'm saying it would be good if you gave them money, but I'm not going to say you have to give them money. I'm not going to say it's bad if you don't give them money. I'm just going to say it's neutral if you do or don't. But I think it would be good if you did.
Okay, yeah, I think it's just wrong to do. Like, just
That's really silly. You can't say something's good to do, but also neutral to do or not do. That's just he made himself wrong.
like call them the
weird.
N word after they've been racist to you. It doesn't really matter to me. I think that's just inherently wrong. But I also think like when I brought up like when you brought up the reason they brought up the rape thing with Grace is that she got personal with them about like their marriage or something, like Erudite's marriage and Destiny's kid. I don't think that's equivalent. I don't think those things are equivalent to bringing up somebody's rape, making fun of somebody for being raped. I don't even think it's close.
Wait, hold on. I don't know that did they say something about rape? I thought they said stuff about incest.
They basically they didn't say the word rape, but they were basically saying Destiny was saying along the lines, and Erudite was saying along the lines, you are fucking your dad. Which basically, if this was the case, if she was groomed and fucked by her dad, that would be rape, statutory rape.
Okay, hold up.
If
She
she
denies
was
that
underage.
happening. She denies it happening. So like they're not making fun of a victim.
Yeah. The way they I think they even go into it a little bit later. So I do address that, but I'll address it now.
Okay.
I think they believe that she was raped, or sorry, sexually assaulted. I think they sincerely believe that. So if that is the case, like my criticism would still stand, even if
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. If in fact that's what they believe, then yeah, your criticism
Yeah.
stands. If they don't think so, because they have no reason to think so, then not. But okay, this is getting interesting.
I'm like 99% sure that they believe. For whatever, yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Then that's fucked.
No, because if she's groomed, it would still be rape.
Mm.
I guess
They
to
decide to
some
answer.
extent it would be because you're like taking away their ability to consent
It's rapey.
naturally, but
yeah,
we don't really use the word that way.
If you groomed like your daughter into like a very like Ben Thorpe's dynamic with Grace, and then Ben had sex with Grace, I think I'm pretty comfortable with saying that that's pretty much rape. Even if like she's quote unquote consenting. That's just how I view it. So when I spurged out yesterday, and I'm like,
even though I don't 100%, I think I'm closer to Tom. I think it's a reasonable position to have because it ultimately it's a moral argument, and all you can do is really speak to how you feel about it. So it's a reasonable moral position to hold, even if I think it's technically not a sexual assault. It's definitely sexual assault y, and also
Yeah.
like, don't fucking do that.
Yeah, I would say like if you're grooming someone as a child and then like you basically turn them into like your little like fucking girlfriend. Like to me, it's just like especially since like this person like can't meaningfully consent. That's kind of how I view rape, like in that way. Like, yeah. Um. So like when I say it, like I think I mean it with my full chest because like I can't interpret it as anything other than that. Like in the very best case, someone could call it like being groomed into, but like even that is just like, well, you might as well say the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
So wait, I'm curious then. If somebody manipulates somebody into sex in another way, would you still consider it to be like sexual assault?
Um, it depends on context, but in this specific stance, with the gray stain, I 100% consider that. But I think it depends on what we mean by manipulate. Like, there's so many different ways you can manipulate someone. Like, be like,
Well, what if you're just
yeah,
like like you it's like the third date and you guys plan it out ahead of time. You're gonna go out to dinner and then after dinner you're gonna go home and have sex. And then after dinner she's like, you know what? Um we're still on for like the next date, but like I don't think I want to have sex. And you're like, oh man, I guess that's cool and all. I guess it's just like if I would have known, I haven't had sex in a really long time, and I turned down going out with one of my exes tonight because I thought we were gonna like. It's not because you're not like I know we're not committed and all that. We agreed, so like it's fine and all. You know, you're just playing that mopey game. Would that be like sexual assault if they like give in and break from that?
no, it'd be like more manipulative. I think like when I think of like someone grooming somebody, I think of like a long, tedious process getting into somebody's brain and kind of forming them into like being like you know how like Grace views Ben as like the primary idol in her life. Like he could do almost no wrong, right?
Well, I mean, either way, that's her father. I was just curious to see how far out, because like ultimately grooming is a manipulation, like at its basis. So I was just curious how far out that extended. I wasn't
Yeah,
using it to like
it's
try
like
to like trap
yeah, I
you into
know.
saying it was one way or the other. I was just
Yeah, like
curious to how your thought
if
process
I can
extended.
I can also bite the bullet in some sort of scenarios where like if somebody's like potentially misleading somebody into who they are or certain situations, it could be like a form of rape, I guess, but I don't know. It just is very context dependent, and I don't feel comfortable with like always specifying it that way. I think I just like like I just think this is very like specific right now when I'm focusing on like a father daughter kind of thing where like
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think that's
gonna
about as
be
vulnerable as you
yeah
can be.
yeah, I think like this is very specific. I feel super 100% comfortable because this is a extraordinary stance where like something's not right here. Like setting off alarm bells. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I would say, regardless of age, if a father's having sex with their kid, regardless of
Mhm.
the kid's sex, that it would take remarkable evidence for me to believe that there wasn't something illegal that had happened at some point, or that it wasn't like malicious long-term grooming, like you're talking about, which we would consider.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure would be like illegal by the law standard too.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, at least child neglect.
I even kind of get like concerned about like the way Tom answers a little bit later. I think we get more into it. I'll tell you why when we get to it though.
Okay, I'm gonna resume.
Yeah, go ahead. Like being a quote unquote SJW, this is how I think of it. Like on the moral levels.
Yeah, so like to some extent I agree with you.
Mhm.
But I think if I'm like, okay, let's say somebody's in an abusive relationship where their boyfriend continuously is beating them.
Mhm.
But every day they come on and they're like, oh no, I like getting beaten. It's fine. I enjoy it. This is a good relationship. He loves me. And I know he loves me because he hits me. That the harder he hits me, the more I know he loves me. And this is a relationship that I think other people should be in, and this is something that I advocate for. I think it's perfectly fine to go and make fun of those people and use it against them and weaponize it against them and throw it in their face every time that they use like some sort of personal attack against you. I'd be like, yeah, well, you think your fucking boyfriend loves you just because he hits you hard, like whatever. I have no issue with this. Even though it's a horrible situation, this person's in an abusive relationship and they probably feel stuck there to some extent and they don't have the mental capacity to get themselves out. The fact that they're on the internet advocating for these things, they have followings, they're garnering followings, and they're making it to where other people are hearing the dumb shit that they're advocating for. I think it's perfectly fine to use the dumb shit that they say to make them look like idiots.
So, from my framework,
Yep.
from how I perceive this is my argument generally. We would both agree. It say like my whole
All right, hold
situation.
on one second. Hold
Okay.
on.
Yeah, sure.
People in chat don't know what we're talking about. So Grace and Ben Thorpe were on a panel with Destiny and Not So Erudite. Grace and Ben started throwing hardcore personal attacks against Not So Erudite in her marriage with Nick, and then Destiny and his marriage with Melina and his kids, and like, you know, the fact that he's a cuck and that his wife has sex with other people and all sorts of crap like that. So then Not So Erudite and Destiny, this is a while ago on like a Playing with Fire panel. So then Not So Erudite and Destiny started chucking insults at them about like incest and grooming and shit like that, making fun of them as well. This was like a couple months ago. So Emery was saying that he has a problem with them chucking those insults about incest and grooming, regardless of what Ben and Grace say. He doesn't think it's okay to joke about that stuff.
To be
I'm saying
clear,
at a certain point, they're doing it in defense, and so I think it's a fine thing to do. But yeah.
to be clear, I want to emphasize: you can
The
make fun of
fine thing to
Ben
do.
all you want. He's the abuser in the situation.
Oh, that's right. Big Papa Fascist was there as well. Wait,
Yeah.
so maybe it was Grace and Big Papa Fascist, or
I have a
And
bigger
Ben
problem with
wasn't there?
Erudite and Destiny doing it since they're the ones doing the progressivism. Obviously, he's going to do it. I'm not surprised by his actions. I'm disappointed in Erudite, and I'm not even shocked by Destiny. But my entire point is basically, you would agree with me that she's basically a groomed victim, right?
it seems to be the case, yeah.
So to me, I don't think it's equal at all when she brings up.
Oh, I really regret not getting some pickled onions at the shop today. Oh, is it too late, Ethan? You might still be able to make it. I do want to say now, I said publicly before that after I talked to Ben for 6.5 hours, that I didn't see any reason to think that he was abusive based on our conversation. I have seen things since then, to where I think it's undeniably true that he's abusive towards Grace. I don't have any reason to think that he has sexually abused her, but I think that he's undeniably abusive towards her. It's like it's like fucking terrifying watching their back and forths and like him like say he's like him insult her and then she's like you're right and then have her insult herself like that, unless it's an act for the camera, unless it's like part of like the show that they have planned to put on for everybody. That's wild.
Yeah, I think when you say you don't think he sexually abused her, I could be wrong. I'm not going to speak for you, but what I'm gauging from what you're saying is you don't think they've had sex, right?
I don't think they've had any sexual contact.
Okay, so I think he sexually abused her in the sense of he encouraged her heavily to be very sexually provocative on stream for other people. And since she's very malleable and is very much willing to listen to almost anything she says, anything he says, not she. I think like in that way, because she seems clearly uncomfortable, and at one point she's like crying on the stream when she's like doing like dances in front of like this
Yeah.
particular.
He admitted
Kinda
that was wrong when I talked to him, that he doesn't plan on doing that again. But at the same time, too, while I do think that's wrong, there might have been a conversation between the two of them where she's like, I need to get my views up. I need to start breaking these puppies out every chance I get. I need to turn up the sex appeal, and I really need you to push me on this. Like, you're supposed to be like my stream manager, Dad. You got to push me. I'm a grown ass woman. This is like literally your job. And if you're not doing it, then I'm gonna find somebody who I can't trust to do. I don't know how that conversation would have went. Probably wasn't like that, but I don't know. So I have him saying that was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. He regrets that. So it's hard for me to like straight up condemn that specific action, but I haven't seen anything that tells me like they have had like inappropriate sexual contact with each other, and I don't ever like engage with any of their shit with that like in that vein.
Yeah, I don't have anything like definitive stating for sure that like he.
Well, like, I don't have any reason to think that.
I have reason.
To say.
I have public reason to think that because he's done this publicly in front of a lot of people. I think like he is the primary influence in her life. I think she's very much like like she gives into him pretty easily. So I'm pretty confident.
Yeah.
It's like if I put a percentage on like how likely it is he's the one who actually like, I don't think she was like trying to get him to be more like forceful on the sexual. Like, yeah, I think it was primarily him. My guess it would be like 98% sure. I'm pretty confident. I can't say definitively for sure that he sexually abused her, but I'm pretty confident. Like I have, like, yeah. It just, I don't know. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure about any of that. But yeah, I guess that's all I had to say about it. That carries a lot of weight. So I just want to be, if I was talking about anybody's situation like that, I would be super careful because I don't want to be wrong. But yeah, if you're based on your perspective, I think you have to feel that way. So yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I normally, and I want to clarify too, I normally wouldn't be this persistent on like thinking that this is the case. This is like an extraordinary case where, well, everything I've watched, I'm like, oh man, I'm pretty confident. Like even with Mr. Grohl, when I've ever felt he was abusive or something like that, I'm still pretty like, I'm still pretty resistant to being fully on board with everyone else being like abuser, rapist, blah blah blah. Like there's a pullback thing from Mr. Grohl too, like where I think there's certain things he does that is quite like that, but I'm not as positive as I am with this guy. Like I've never been more positive in my life. So yeah, while I can't say definitively anything like that for sure happened, I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna continue.
Like,
let's see
that shit to them, and gets personal, and then I don't think it's morally okay or equal to bring up you get raped by your father. Basically, that's how I see it. I think it's like extraordinarily different, and I also think it signals a lack of moral character to me, that they don't sincerely care about children that get groomed. And they don't sincerely care about rape survivors. That's what it signals to me. That's my point. Especially if you're like supposed to be a progressive person. And
would you say the same thing about the person making fun of the girl for being in an abusive relationship?
Yeah, actually, unironically, yes, I probably would. Yeah. I don't think there's much difference in that terms either. I think there is a way you can be a little petty at them and say like, because I think they've done this before, and I didn't have a problem when they did it with.
Yeah, go ahead.
You'll notice
Grace, when he
chat
said,
like your thoughts.
Oh, sorry, it got on pause.
You're good. You're good. You'll notice chat. There's I do see like there's some people who support me. I think like there's like few people who are like, yeah, this motherfucker's spitting right here. But there's a lot of people, and there's certain people that are very persistent on thinking I'm really wrong and have really dumb arguments. One of the arguments I didn't get to address is one of the people, the Jado dog says, "How does Emery propose dealing with Grace? Then she's toxic as hell." And I feel like it's like. I feel like my position is very clear, and like a lot of people just misrepresent it, where they're like, "Oh, he's saying we can't criticize her at all, or like treat her like a bad person." But that's never like ever what I said to. It's really just like the one thing that I'm like emphasizing, where I'm like, this crosses the line. So like, yeah, that happens a lot in chat. You'll see that a lot if you pay attention to chat. It's crazy. Anyway.
Okay.
The way you think and all your opinions, they come from your dad. When they do stuff like that, that makes a little bit more sense because that is true. That's more of a personal insult, not getting at the fact that she was fucked by her dad and raped by her dad, but more so at she takes so much from her dad that she's basically just a carbon copy of him. That's a little bit better because it expresses that yes, you're groomed, yes, you're manipulated and brainwashed, but it's not entering a level of horrible to me where like it's basically when they say something, when they make a joke like that to me, in a way again like it signals to me that you don't actually sincerely care about survivors of rape or are being groomed. That's what it signals to me. Glitchin says, am I supposed to forgive her if she kills someone? No, I don't know how many times I got to clarify this. Grace is not a good person. I've never made the argument she's a good person. I would love it if you guys would focus on the argument and like if you want to disagree with me, that's fine. But that's not my argument. She's not a good person. Never said she was. She is a victim. But that doesn't mean anything she does she can't take responsibility for. I'm just saying in this specific instance, I think it's more reprehensible to attack her for this. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just like, I feel like I don't think it actually does any harm. I don't think it actually downplays the aspects of it. I don't think it makes it to where she's any less likely to get help. I don't think that it's like making people take it less seriously. So I think it does promote to your community that you should take rape survivors less seriously. I actually do unironically think that. I think it signals that you shouldn't take victims near as seriously. If you don't like the victim, if you don't like that person, it doesn't matter. If you don't like the person, they're still a victim. Wait, but we already don't take Grace seriously, so it doesn't matter whether or not she's a victim. We're not going to take her seriously. That doesn't mean that we're not going to take her like trauma seriously or something.
What I'm saying is it doesn't give you leeway to dehumanize her to the point where you're making fun of her rape.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I don't understand why. Like, it doesn't seem as though that has any negative consequences. And your argument was that
I think
it does like make it to where people take it less seriously.
I think the negative consequence could potentially be on her, where she views like the rape as her fault, her being groomed as she's being stupid, it's her fault. Unironically, I do think that, yes.
Okay.
You clearly know that's not what people are doing, though, right?
Well, it kind of is to an extent. They are saying, saying we should take you less seriously because you're somebody who's like completely manipulated to the point where you don't even have your own opinions. You've been groomed and you're still advocating for your groomer. So they are to some extent saying that.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not why we're doing it to Grace, though.
Can you pause it? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Kilo comes in later, and we argue a little bit about it. But Kilo in chat says something here that I want to address too. When he says she clearly does not think that she is a victim, this doesn't matter to me in my argument. A lot of people who are victims of abuse or rape or something, they don't realize for like the longest of times that they're a victim. So like my argument would still be sustained. Yeah, I think.
If it's like it is in Grace's situation that you're supposing she's in, then yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I would say the majority of the time, if you don't realize it at the time, then it probably isn't like that, unless there's like some kind of extraordinary stances like this or something to where like there's just no way you could have possibly understood. I just kind of careful with that because sometimes people reframe things that happened after the fact. Like I don't know anybody that's done that, but I know of it, and
Yeah,
that's scary for that's like a scary thing to I guess like
I think there's a lot of people who
have
kind of like
legitimacy too.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who like go through their like relationships or friendships or whatever, and for the longest time they don't realize they've been used in like certain ways until like way later, and then they're picking up on it. And depending on like how bad the action is, how traumatic it can actually be, realizing that, you know, like just like what the fuck, like this blows my so like for instance, if Grace doesn't realize she's like a victim right now, right? Like Ben, have you kept up on the Grace Thorpe, Ben Thorpe, anything?
Like I'm at least somewhat aware.
Okay, it doesn't matter. This all started because like a video.
I mean,
she made.
I know like a lot. I just
But
maybe
well-
not recently.
Long story short is Ben Thorpe left the house, right? And so she's on her own right
Yeah.
now.
I seen
As far
that.
as I'm aware. Yeah. So, I would say that if she was able to take that time where she's away from people that are like fucking with her head, like him, she takes that time and goes into therapy and figures all her shit out and is able to like escape all this. So there's going to be a lot of things that she's going to take in from like her time here in progressive spaces where Destiny's like doing shit like what he does, and then other people villainizing her because she was groomed into being like this shitty person. Like, and yes, there is some part of responsibility onto her, but again, I make the case later on that there, like when you are groomed as a child, obviously you are going to look up like to your father figure, and like it's going to be like your whole world. So that's a really hard place to get out of. Like that's an almost impossible place to get out of. So like the long-term side effect of like being villainized by everyone looking at you like being like the number one like person that a lot of people hate. That's gonna fuck with your head and your self-esteem, and it's gonna like fuck with your mind in like so many different ways. So like,
Of course.
yeah, this being like one of the major ways where like if you're being made fun of for your rape, I think like she's going to take that time in therapy, and then while like the therapist like could help her manage and probably help her keep her calm of like being like, no, it is not your fault. She's still gonna have that in her brain of like, people are making fun of me for this, so it must be my fault, like because I've done a lot of wrong. She already thinks a lot of things like are her fault. Like she like her father
I've
blames her
seen.
for a lot of shit. So that's part of my like argument is the long-term side effects of like fucking with this person and breaking them down to like to the point where like I think if even if I help and she went through all this, like there's a good chance she'll probably commit suicide or self-harm or some shit. Like this is like beyond levels of fucked. Yeah.
I think you have valid concerns. I just think that you have a much higher degree of certainty about these things than I'm comfortable with. That's it. That's like the only thing that we disagree with is like the slider of certainty.
Yeah, I think is going to be like a soy comparison, but I think I'm the Mr. Girl in all this, where I feel like I see something, and to me it's like bright as like. And I'm not saying you're not seeing it. I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And like yeah, but I feel like I see something that's very clearly bad, and like I'm telling everyone,
Oh,
hey.
I think it's bad.
yeah, yeah, Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, of things that I am certain of, I think that Grace and Ben's relationship is clearly bad.
No, not just what they're like. What I'm saying is like the long term side effects of like insulting somebody for their rape or something like that. That like what I'm
Oh,
saying is
sure.
like, yeah, I feel like I'm saying something that like to me is clearly more harmful than the or like other insults that you could lay on her just as easy, which I is
I
much
might
better.
even take that a step further. I think that making fun of somebody for a sexual assault that, like, even if we know for a fact they didn't incur it, it's still very bad for them.
Yeah. I think it's not only bad for the person you're insulting, the victim.
Everybody who's listening to it's bad for.
Yeah, it's bad for everyone. It's bad for your moral character and like how you like because you get desensitized to it, and then you're projecting that onto your audience who is already malleable to like your word. As it's just a whole lot of
Even like your internal like Overton window of what's acceptable, by engaging it in that way, in a public way where you're going to be like rewarded for it. I think it's a lot easier to slip further down that slope too and just become like a lot more loose with how you're treating people. So I'd say it's bad all around.
I think everyone recognizes it as bad, but like the level of bad is what I'm saying is that it's
I
so
wouldn't say
bad
like you can't do it.
Yeah. That I guess that's my argument where I'm like, you shouldn't do this. I don't think you should. Like not even just on moral. Like I think it's wrong. Yeah, I
would probably use language like I think it's fucked. Like you can do it. And I think the more fucked. I think it's more fucked. Like I think it's less fucked, which is probably fucked up. I think it's less fucked if you're at least funny when you're doing it. So you're like at least giving the idea that like you're maybe being hyperbolic or whatever, but I'd have to see what they did.
I don't know if I'd agree if it's less or more funny. I just think it's wrong in general. Even if I was laughing at it, even if I found it the funniest thing, like that I watched the entire like stream, right? Like I'm still gonna look at it later, and even when I'm laughing at it, I'm gonna be like, "This is so entirely fucked." Like because, like, and it's kind of funnier because it's so entirely fucked that like it shouldn't happen.
That's why I added to like if they're being hyperbolic, if it's funny because it's hyperbolic, it's like a little bit less bad, but it's still don't do that.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, do you have something else?
No. You can continue. Sorry.
Yeah, let's see where this gets to.
It doesn't matter why you're doing it. It's still.
I do want to add. I think you're gonna piss Tom right the fuck off at a certain point with this line of arguing, though. I think his patience is gonna run out.
Oh, are you talking about just in this debate alone?
In this debate alone. I think he's gonna get.
I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, don't spoil it.
I was fucking disgusting to me. That's my point. Is like you should, especially if you're talking to a bad person like that. If you're arguing with a bad person and you're the morally superior person, you should be the one not making fun of the rape. You should be the one making fun of her for following her dad and having really shitty takes on like red pill stuff or blah blah blah. But like you shouldn't be like making fun of her for being fucked by her dad. She's a groomed victim. She was basically
a really good joke?
She was raised as a child to be a groomed victim. To me, I don't think she even had a choice to be in the position she's at.
So you agree she's a shitty person, though, right?
I absolutely agree she's a shitty person. Never said she wasn't. Never said that.
But we can't treat her like a shitty person because she's a victim.
You can treat her like a shitty person. What I'm saying is you don't make fun of a shitty person's rape. I think that's morally disgusting.
Okay, that's cool. I
It's
think
like
everyone just unanimously disagrees with you.
I'm glad to be the only moral person in the room.
If you want to get away with more there, you can say it's morally abhorrent. Using disgusting gets you like plus 50 soy points in like,
I
that
know.
situation.
I get called soy so much, but you know what? I try to embrace it at first, but then I just kind of get pissed later on because it's like, okay, they're only saying soy to project an idea that I am wrong for having this moral position. When I think that's like the most cringe way to argue against my point, you know? Like that is
Sure. So if you want to get around that, that's why that's the only reason I offered that too, is because if you want to get around that, you can just tweak your language a little bit and just say like it's morally abhorrent. It's still soy, but it's probably like 20% of as much as it is to say it's morally disgusting. And also, the part of the reason why it's even worth like suggesting to not is because that can get weaponized against you later.
yeah, but I feel so confident and like morally like strong in this. I'm willing to take any criticisms in the future. And in fact, if anything, I think it would probably help me to establish my like moral stance on this and like how strong I'm willing to like think about these things more and how I deal with people, you know? Like if like somebody points like for instance the like retard criticism later on. It's like, okay, that's something to think about, you know? I don't agree with that. But like I've put that into consideration of like, you know, how I would insult people in the future or something like that.
Well, sure,
Yeah.
but there's saying something's morally disgusting. You're only telling me about you. Saying something moral is morally abhorrent. You are making a moral claim about an action. Does that make more sense? This is how it's going to be.
I don't want to say you're wrong. I sincerely just don't see the difference.
So the difference is communication. Like what you're trying to say might be the exact same thing, but the communication that's happening is you're communicating to people how it makes you feel when you say disgusting. But saying something's morally abhorrent is you putting a judgment on the action itself. You're like not saying like, oh, it just makes me feel bad, you guys, which is fine to do too, but it's gonna it hurts your ability to make arguments like in this arena. But if you say something's morally abhorrent, then you're declaring yourself like the lawmaker here, and you're drawing a line in the sand. I think it's just like a stronger position to have arguments from. Because of the kinds of, especially because of the kinds of people you're talking to, that's how they're going to take it, and that's how they're going to treat you.
Gotcha. That makes a little bit more sense.
There's always, when you're talking to people in like Twitch politics spaces, there's always like interpersonal like shit going on. And if they can reframe something that you say because of like you give them that kind of leeway, it can make it harder for the audience to hear what you're trying to say.
I think like one of the things also that I think about when I'm talking about this is that there was also criticisms like you're playing moral arbiter or whatever, or what's right and what's wrong. It's like, well, of course I am. I'm expressing my opinion, you know? But I also do kind of like in my argumentation, I do kind of want to make the point of like, yeah, this is like morally wrong. And I'll tell you why I think it's morally wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just a critique on saying disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, it does come off more soy, but
and I'll even add, I wish it wasn't that way.
Yeah, because I feel like when I said it, like it feels so foreign to me because I've been in the space for a long time, but it still feels so weird that like something like this is even a debate in my head.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I don't even understand why this is the debate. I feel like this is just factually true. Like this is just factually wrong. But I have to find a way to like, like emphasize how bad I feel it is. Yeah.
You gotta go easy with that too, because then you're claiming like moral objectivity, which is wild. And then you'll get torn apart for that.
Well, it's not that. Yeah, okay. So it's not that I believe in moral objectivity necessarily. It's just that I feel like, especially in a space like this, right? Like, say, like, for instance,
everybody agrees.
that generally most people in the space agree with like that in principle, right? Like where it's like that's wrong. So like for instance, like you know, when Destiny calls Mr. Grohl a rapist, right? It's like,
Mhm.
okay, like what are you saying with that? Being a rapist is bad. Of course, like 99% of people think being a rapist is bad. Like or 100% like even a rapist would probably not argue with you that raping is bad, right? So like clearly your morals virtue is that like rape is bad. And then when you expose Vosh in the past for like scummy behavior that's like borderline sexual harassment, stuff like that, like okay, like that's bad too. So you're putting a moral framework on like what is rape, why rape is bad, and blah blah blah. And then it seems contradictory to me to like in the future you're just like making fun of somebody for being a rape victim. Like it goes against your values and morals, principles, right? Your moral principles to me. Um, so like I feel like that's like the big contradiction where I'm like, why isn't not more people speaking about it? You're like an insane person, like just being the one person speaking aloud about this.
Well,
Like, you know,
I would say
Yeah.
most people probably don't think that Destiny Neurodite actually think that that happened. They're just slinging shit. That would be my guess. But I know that you don't think that, so it makes sense for you to
Yeah.
make that argument.
But I also think like I also
Like-
think it's just wrong to do anyway, even if like they didn't.
Sure.
It just fundamentally is wrong to me. Yeah, and yeah, it is a feels argument in a way, but like I feel like everyone gets their morals from their feelings in a lot of ways, different
Feeling
ways.
arguments are fine
Yeah,
as
yeah.
long as
Yeah.
you pretend that's not what you're doing when that is what
You
you're
know-
doing.
You know what I would respect more, and I wouldn't be near as mad with. Like I would still view this person as a bad person, right? For instance, here's an example: Queenman.
Mm.
When I watch his streams, there's a lot of things I agree with him in terms of how he like comments and criticizes Destiny and other people in the space. But I think objectively he does wrong things in terms of viewing trans people as freaks and calling them freaks and disgusting people and doing everything a transphobic person can do besides actually go full misgender because they don't want to be banned off the platform. I would view that as being a fundamentally bad person. But I don't think Queenman would try to like argue with me about like whether or not he's doing a good thing. I think he knows he's doing a bad thing. Like it's the Giga Chad based. Like
Yeah, I think
I
you
am
just say he doesn't care.
I respect that 10 times more. You know what I mean? Like I just respect. Like if Destiny
Do you think
wants
what
to be a
Destiny
bad
Neurodite are doing is like snaky? They're hiding their
yeah,
real
it's
intentions.
it's much worse to me because like it puts an illusion on their behavior to be acceptable widespread when it really shouldn't be. I would accept it way more if like Destiny was just like Giga Chad based. I don't care. Like I'm gonna dox you. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that if I feel like compelled to. If he was much more honest,
Sure.
I
That makes
wouldn't.
sense.
I would criticize him for his actions, but not near to the level I am now because I don't like the veneer of. Well, I'm just responding, guys. I'm a victim too. Like, yeah, that's my.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm okay with that.
But again,
just like
you
I
do
wouldn't
agree
make fun of
that it
Vlad
is
for being
like-
raped or anyone else that's a shitty person
Okay.
for being raped.
But it is a virtuous thing that you're expecting of them. You're not like it
It's
doesn't
not like
seem
moral
as
or
though-
ethics; it's virtue.
I think if you're in commentary and you're trying to impose what's good and what's moral and what's good like how to actually engage in life, I think one of the things you should be focused on is not is like saying, hey, like I think there is a level too far to where like you are dehumanizing the person, you're villainizing to the person.
I'm gonna pause it for a minute. I'm gonna go get a New Year's Eve beverage. I'll be right back.
I think you paused it.
Yeah. Did you not hear me?
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Oh.
I don't know who's in chat. There's 4 people watching. I don't know if even Staveley is still there.
Oh wait, I can't. See
I'd
my
play a
Twitch.
song, but I don't want to fuck up his stream.
No. I was just
That would be
running to get
rude.
something to
I
drink.
have a ton of fun little AI songs.
If Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I muted my Discord for a second to say something to my wife, and it didn't unmute when I pressed the button.
You're good. You're good.
I was just grabbing a New Year's Eve beverage. If I wasn't streaming on Twitch, I would have grabbed a Red's strawberry beer. But since I'm streaming on Twitch, that's not what I grabbed. I grabbed a similar soda pop.
What was it?
Red's like strawberry apple beer.
Man, that sounds good.
They're pretty good.
Dude, there's some crazy ass drinks. I went to a comic book store 3 days ago. I had some Christmas money to spend. And I was like, I want to pick up Vinland Saga, like more of that.
Based.
So I picked up whatever I could find. It didn't really matter to me. I'll fill in the context later because I just picked up book 12 because I was like, it's there. And then they had crazy ass drink flavors. One of them was a bacon chocolate soda. It sounds grosser than it actually is. And it's not that great. It's not that great. I wouldn't drink it a lot. But
Consider
it's
your
not,
audience. Who are you talking to right now? I would never.
I wouldn't recommend it, but I wouldn't say it's as bad as I thought it would.
Well, is there actual bacon in it?
And no, I mean it's a bacon flavor. It's like a bacon flavor with chocolate flavor.
All right. Well, maybe if there's no animal products in it, I would consider trying it.
As far as I'm aware, I don't think there is, but I could be wrong. I didn't look at the ingredients.
Mad props for going to get Vinland Saga though. God, I
Dude.
haven't read it, but I watched it, and everybody's like pretty good on the anime to manga representation of the
Yeah.
story.
I feel like it's pretty
very good.
That the first two seasons, the first season is really good, and the second season it takes adjusting to what's on because like you just got out of like action-packed series, but once you get adjusted, you're like, damn,
Yes.
this is incredible storytelling.
For the first half of season 2, you're like, what is this bullshit? All right. Where's my amazing Viking anime? This is dumb. I hate this. They ruined. Look at what they did to my boy. And then you're just like, I'm crying right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
At like one of my favorite scenes and like I think TV period. Oh my god. When he's just taking those punches,
Oh,
I'm like, what a legend. What a legend.
for me, the best part of Vinland Saga was he, like, I guess when he's fighting Askeladd, you realize that he always gets too mad to be able to beat him because he doesn't want to kill him, because that is his dad to him, and he's just like, he doesn't even understand it, and he's just like a fucked up, like he's just like mentally fucked kid. Jesus Christ, they did a really, really good job with his character in both seasons. Basically, that whole anime is the writers showing off how good they can do character development.
Yeah, he's a good character in season 1, but like in season 2 is where it's like, oh, here's where it's headed, and that makes like everything in season 1 pay off so much more, you know, like
Yeah, did you know he's a real person?
yeah.
It is. It's like 70% accurate to history.
Like, did he actually become like a non-violent person? Or
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
One of the biggest things that differ is that he never actually meets the prince. As far as we know, throughout history, there's no evidence to suggest they had any relationship with the prince whatsoever, or the king,
What?
I should say, Canute.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I
Like
looked up his story. It seems pretty fucking accurate.
I like how when I look up his name, it's like it's so associated with Vinland Saga now that it's like one of the primary images of him as a kid with the knives. That's his coolest look in the
Yeah,
show.
hands down.
When he's at his like most like clearly, yeah,
Feral
I don't know.
child raised by
Feral kind of. I don't want to say evil, but like doing evil.
No, he's
Like,
just feral.
Just yeah, pretty much a
He
rabbit.
has animal
dog.
morals.
Yeah.
How could he
That's his
not?
coolest look though. And like I as much as like I love the way it's going where it's like he's non-violent now, and I'm like, I do miss those knives. I missed when he was like he was flexing. He was a really good fighter, but that's kind of the thing about the show is like he is such a good fighter, and you know, like 9 times out of 10, he'll probably whoop like anyone's ass in the show. But it's like, no, I'm better than that. I have to be better than that. Yeah.
Shit. Hang on. I had it. Oh, before I press play, I want to ask you one question about this because it drives me crazy. Do you think that the hell scene was real or a dream?
The hell scene. I think it's very clearly a dream.
I prefer to think that it's real.
It's possible that it is real, but I feel like it's just his inner, because like a lot of his dreams, he was going down there anyway, right? So like I think like when he gets knocked out, it's just like since he's like concussed, he's gone for a little bit longer than usual, right?
Well, his dreams are him reliving his past. That's all I've ever taken from it. Because if it was that, then he would have gotten that epiphany from the dreams.
I think if I remember correctly, I think in some of his dreams he starts getting dragged down, and that's usually how he ends up waking up, and then like saying like, oh, "What the fuck was that dream?" And usually being dragged down, he's going down to hell with like everyone he killed, and it's weighing on him. Yeah, so that's my guess is that it's a dream. But I like the hell thing being real too. I wouldn't mind either way.
One of my main motivations is that he has like very little exposure that we've seen to like those mythology ideas, and it seems to challenge like his ideas about all of that as well. So it's harder for me to accept that it came from within him.
Yeah, I also like the inverse of like they have the same goal, which is peace, but
They disagree how to get there.
yeah, like it's the inverse. Like they take different paths. One's more peaceful in the beginning, which is like bad for them personally because they're not able to stand up for themselves when they need to.
Yeah.
And then the other's too much of a feral dog, like standing up for themselves way too much and having one thing in mind. And then it goes the opposite, where it's like I have the goal of peace, but I'm going to do whatever it takes, and I'm going to do some really morally reprehensible things, like kill my brother and shit like that. Like, yeah.
I'm gonna make sure that there's peace on this fucking planet, even if I have to kill every motherfucker on it to get there.
Yeah, like the irony of not that path. Like,
Yeah.
Man, is it still continuing as a series? I think it is.
I know. Yeah.
Finished the series yet? So.
Well, I guess I do want to ask you one more question now that I know that you're a fucking weeb too. Before I play,
Well,
did you finish Jujutsu Kaisen?
I'm part weeb. I have very specific series. I'm very invested in.
What a fucking weeb thing to say, to contest the degrees on which you're a weeb based on somebody just calling you one.
I've never watched Jujutsu Kaisen, and I've never wanted to. Not to say that it's bad.
God.
I've never at it and been like, I want to watch it. Is it really that good?
Yeah. It's so good. I read it and I forgot some stuff. You really got nothing to lose. In fact, in the near future, Cat Dog Bark is like impossible to get him to watch anything that I want him to watch. Him and I are supposed to watch the movie in the Discord at some point. It is. Do you respect the media reviews of Moist Critical? You ever watch like Moist Meter or anything?
Mostly I do. I think
he chose not to make a Moist Meter for season 2. Instead, he made an 8-minute video talking about how season 2 is a masterpiece.
Okay, yeah, his Attack on Titan takes were like perfect. Like it was like, okay, yeah, you get it. You're not one of those fucking annoying ass motherfuckers who's like, I don't understand the ending of Attack on Titan. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Attack on Titan. They took too long to get me there. Yeah, I would have cared so much more if this would have happened 3 years ago.
You know, the based way of handling Attack on Titan in terms of having to wait for it is what I did is I watched whatever they had, and then when we were on the last season and like it had that big ass break for that like I think like second half.
Yeah,
I just looked at spoilers of the manga because I was like, I'm not waiting for this shit on that one.
couldn't.
I need to
put it off for too long. I finished watching it season 1 when they
Yeah.
announced season 2 being in February. Then it became January. They were like, "Sorry, we mean April." And then in March they were like, "Sorry, we meant of next year." And they've been
Yeah.
pulling shit like that ever since.
Yeah,
So-
this was the based way because I was like, I knew they were gonna like take like 20 fucking years to do it, and I was like, you know what? If they're doing that, I'm just spoiling it for myself and figuring out what happens by watching, looking at the rest of the manga.
I waited so long without breaking and going and reading it that like I just stayed the course. And most things, I don't give a shit. I'm going straight to the manga. I read past Jujutsu Kaisen on like episode 7 of the anime. I was like, nope, not waiting another week. Fuck you.
Yeah,
But Attack on
was
Titan,
just-
I already put like fucking 8 years into it. I was like, I'm just gonna wait and I'm gonna bitch. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bitch about it. But I'm gonna wait.
I feel like it ended so good, but like that wait, I can understand why people be like, I'm so resentful.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got to get through some of this video here.
Mm.
But I do want to talk to you more about anime. And also watch Jujutsu Kaisen. If you have that much reservation about it, let me know when and I'll watch it in the Discord with
It's
you.
just,
I Crunchyroll.
it's just like for me, there's so many animes people into me, and then I start them and I'm like, this shit
That's
is
why-
not as you think it is. Like
It's
my
one of the
mom-
few ones that when a new episode came out, my buddy would drive 45 minutes to come to my house so he could watch it with me. Because
You know
it's
what's
that
funny?
hype.
You know what's funny too is most of the animes I started because I think it looks good, and I'm not saying that to disrespect you or anyone.
I
who
get
gives
it.
me-
I
It's
didn't watch
just-
Attack
yeah.
on Titan for a year and a half, ignoring everybody begging me. But that's why I said if you just look up how good it is and you're like, nah, if it helps give you the push, I'll watch it in my Discord and you can join.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Because it is I know across the board for everybody, it's easier to watch something that you're like on the fence about if somebody else is gonna watch it too.
Yeah. Well, here's an important question also though. Is I know there's a lot of animes. They overstay their welcome. Is this one of those that like I have to be
No,
worried
it's
if it's
ending
gonna
soon.
Okay.
The manga's
cool.
ending soon.
I think that's an important thing because I remember I got into Hunter x Hunter, and it's pretty damn good. But I have a problem with how long it's lasting, and I'm like, oh yeah, is there no stopping point? This is kind of annoying. My favorite animes have like a stopping point where it's like this was complete. This didn't feel like it overstayed its welcome, but it also felt like pretty long. So I feel like the perfect examples of this is Monster.
I watched like
Uh,
30 episodes and it didn't really grab me.
I love Monster, Attack on Titan, and then I think Vinland Saga has potential to do what I hate, where it's overstaying its welcome. But so far, from what I've seen, where the story's going, it feels more meaningful. I'm willing to give it a little bit more of a pass. I have to see where it goes.
It could have ended with season 2 and that would have been fine though.
Yeah, if I took Vinland Saga and just put it into 2 seasons, it's like it's a near perfect anime. There's a couple problems, but it's near perfect. Yeah.
I think there's one anime that's perfect. That's Code Geass. It's
I
actually
hear so many
perfect.
things about that too. I haven't watched that either. I just
Do you like
heard
Death Note?
I love Death Note.
It is the most Death Note anime that's out there, and it is somehow remarkably better. And I say that like I have Light Yagami tattooed on my arm, and next to him is the protagonist from Code Geass.
Hmm.
It is
I guess I look at it and I'm like, this
my
does
buddy.
not- this does not look for me, but it could
Yeah.
be good.
Also, it has like giant, like Gundam style robots in it, and I don't like those. And so I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, but they use them in a way that's totally acceptable to my bias towards it. My
Mhm,
buddy Aaron hates, or sorry, he's just a super critical guy.
mhm.
He messaged me and goes, it's not bad, but I think you're wrong. It's definitely not perfect. And I'm like, where are you at, Aaron? He's like, I'm like episode 20. And I was like, oh, okay, well, get a hold of me tomorrow when you finish the first season and then also finish the second season because you're going to. And then you can tell me I'm right. And then like 10 o'clock the next day, he's like, you were right. It's perfect.
Before you press start, I'm gonna say one last thing on anime.
Okay.
I will never ever watch a show, and it doesn't matter to me how good people tell me it is. I will never watch One Piece. I just never will.
It's fine.
And
Look,
yeah,
is it
it's
worth
the-
it? Yes. But is it
it's
is it understandable why somebody wouldn't want to
Yeah.
undertake it? Absolutely.
it's
If you're
my
going to do
main.
that, you read it. Jesus
It
Christ.
is my main critique of how story, not just anime, but stories can overstay their welcome.
It hasn't
to-
overstayed its welcome. There's just
Um,
it takes too fucking long to get from point A to point B.
That is, yeah. That I can't stand shit like that. I can't do
And-
it. Yeah.
And I have friends that are among the biggest One Piece fans. They hate me so much when I say
just
that.
said leave One Piece alone.
We're talking about One Piece.
I just said leave
Oh.
One Piece alone.
Oh, it takes. Yeah, you know what? You say that you're every arc gets longer. You have no idea. She's like
It's
episode like 160 or something. She has no
It
idea.
drives.
400.
It just the idea of it lasting that long drives me insane. I'm like, I don't understand how people watch this shit. But that's just me. Yeah.
If you ever do it, you read it, and then you watch it from where you're at. Because Christ. And I watched all of Naruto and Shippuden just so I could argue with Naruto fans better. I didn't love it, but it had its moments. There's a couple characters that I
watched this
genuinely
so I-
like, but I hate
Yeah.
it still.
I watch this so I can get into lore accurate battles about who can beat who or what. Yeah.
I wanted to be able to accurately tell people how retarded they are for saying that like Krillin doesn't solo their universe.
Dude, someone
Like,
tried to
unironically.
unironically say Krillin would beat Satama.
No, that's retarded.
Yeah, it was the most retarded take I've ever heard in my entire life. Yeah.
Canonically, well, according to the author, one of his punches at max strength is equal to half of that of the Big Bang. So both fists, Big Bang. It's silly to compare them.
Yeah, he's like a combination of a joke character and just an overpowered character like Goku. Like it's like that's just like you're not gonna win. You're just not.
I've actually made the argument that Saitama beats Goku because Superman. Superman is always exactly as strong as he needs to be, right?
Yeah, I agree. with you,
Saitama
by the way.
is always stronger than he needs to be. So if Superman is infinity, Saitama is infinity plus.
+1. Yeah,
Yeah, that's just their formulas.
I feel like
Oh, happy
like-
New Year, Jenny.
I like
Thank you.
I like the idea of the show, but I feel like personally for me, I watched one season and I'm like, I don't need anything else. I don't want to
Oh,
watch
it's
anything.
just
Yeah.
it's
all I
so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt the quality of like the show past season 1.
It's
just-
not
there's
it's not the kind of
something-
show
there's-
I'd be like, you gotta watch this, man.
Yeah, there's something in me that's just saying to myself, like, you know what? You can stop here. I don't need anything else. I think you're good, and you know what? I agree with it. Like that part of me. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, that's
good.
fine.
Yeah.
It's definitely more of one. The hype moments are like maximally hype, and otherwise it's just like funny and shit.
Yeah, I
There's
feel like
nothing. You're not missing out on like important media.
Every episode they just do something amazing with it, where it's just like you know what's coming. The end joke is that he will defeat the person with no problem, but like the long end of getting there is the journey, and it's so funny. And then when the punchline arrives, it's so great every time, even though it's repetitive. And yeah.
When he doesn't beat somebody in one punch, then it's important.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, we'll go back to the video. Sorry, sorry for the people that sat here and listened to us weeb out for like 30 minutes.
Like where it's actually just like bad for you. I think it encourages a mind state to where like you normalize like thinking rape is just funny, or rape to a bad person is just funny. And I don't
I just want to be clear. I've had a lot of uncomfortable laughs, like nervous laughs throughout this. Especially when they say that stuff. I don't think the subject matter's funny.
think that's healthy. I don't think that's okay.
Yeah, but you don't even agree with that, like, because like the biggest commentary person is Keemstar, and I, like, he's morally irreprehensible, right?
Yeah, but if Keemstar was raped, I wouldn't make fun of him for being raped. I would think that's pretty fucking gross.
That's fair.
I think they're saying that Keemstar would.
I think Keemstar's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Of course he would. He would make fun of somebody for being raped. Of course he would. Do you
But
want
and he would be
Wait, is Keemstar your role model?
no, I don't. Not I wouldn't consider any of these people role models.
I don't, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is like I don't think you should be picking up like weird fucking things from someone like Keemstar in terms of how you go about life.
Well, I would throw Destiny and your in that too.
No, Destiny tries to portray some sort of moral, ethical framework. Yeah.
Destiny like actively claims that he's like has like a great moral system. And
Yeah.
that, like it's that like I think he even goes so far to say that like deep down, everybody has the same sort of blueprint for how they build theirs as well. So like if you disagree with him, like you're basically like denying your own like actual morality, and you're just like fluffing it up and pretending it's something that it's not. So I think you're not wrong on that part. I don't know if Keemstar does that.
Yeah, no, I don't think Keemstar does that. I think Keemstar will admit to people too that he is the villain. Like he's not just saying that as a joke. He really does do reprehensible, questionable, moral things if he thinks it can profit him or if he thinks it's funny enough. Like I would never suggest that people would or should look up to Keemstar, and I don't think Keemstar suggests people look up to him. Yeah.
If that's the case, then yeah, I would say you're spot on.
Yeah. He does generally try to lean you towards the right positions and the right.
But doesn't he also say, "Don't do what I do"? Like almost on a regular, almost every other stream.
He says that for certain things, like being in polyamorous
Yes.
relationships. But like,
You
Yeah,
nailed
he
it.
does say that. It's not really a good, like, it's kind of a, it's that, yeah, like, if he says, like, hey, I'm doing something immoral, you shouldn't do immoral things like me, like, that's kind of, it's not a great thing to
yeah, and
argue,
if,
because that's not how things work.
like if here's one thing too. If Destiny is going after Mr. Roll for being a rapist or any other enemy for doing something wrong, like Vosh did when he exposed Vosh for really weird sexual things, I don't think he should be allowed to make fun of somebody for being raped. That seems to be contradictory to
It kind of sounds like you're saying there's situations where somebody should get to do that. But I digress.
well,
It's just
I want to be clear.
This is a nitpick.
I think it's just wrong, period. But like my particular argument with them right now is that specifically when I'm criticizing Destiny and Erudite, it's even more wrong because they are supposed to stand on certain moral principles that they advocate for, and it's contradictory and a bad message to send to your audience. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Now I want to play that fucking dumb fruit game Tom's playing.
How he views the moral frameworks, and I would
Playing
think
it.
you would agree with me.
Oh, his sound. I don't like that.
Yeah. That like he
Sorry, 1 minute. Are you talking to me? Okay, I was saying I can't hear you, but I think they can. Just
is downplaying how bad rape is when he's just making fun of someone for being raped.
No, I think the whole point is that rape is so bad. That's why it's kind of like the shock factor of it. not the
Well,
downplay
no,
of it.
so he's saying when there's a victim, right? So like I make jokes about raping women probably on a daily basis. He doesn't have a problem with me making those jokes. He has a problem with
yeah,
me
no
making
problem.
a joke where I'm actually making fun of a specific victim who has been raped.
That's pretty good faith. Yeah.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I just
Let me pause real
1,000%
quick.
don't. Like at a certain
Yeah.
I wanted to make a quick statement on Tom Foolery. I think for the most part he is mostly good faith and tries to steal man. I do think there's times though where I don't want to say he's being bad faith, but it almost seems like
He'll
he
be
kind
bad
of
faith for a joke if the joke's good enough.
I think he just kind of misunderstands the point a lot. And then like he'll turn my point into something else. And it's
Oh.
like, well, you're like I'll say to him too. I'll say, well, you're partly right, but you're missing the fundamental key to my criticism. And that bugs the shit out of me a little bit too throughout like the conversation. But I'm never like mad at him or anything because I feel like for the most part he's trying to understand my point and generally approaching it in good faith. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I also,
that wasn't a statement about how he interacted with you. I'm saying in general, I think that if there's a good enough joke,
Mm-hmm.
he might bad faith an argument. But I think that it's probably at the same point that where I would, but then still go back and address it.
but I'm gonna be soy here. I think like there's a small bad faith subconscious thing in him. I think that I'm speculating about where it's like we are arguing about destiny ultimately, and I do think like while it's not the most important connection in his orbit, it is an important connection to him since he does want to stay in somewhat good graces to make sure he's okay. So he has to like kind of tiptoe a little bit around. So even if he had like sincere criticism, he has to like put it in a certain bow and tie, like he has to be very fluffy with it. So I feel like he'll tiptoe around agreeing with me at certain points. Yeah. I don't know
That's
how
a big criticism.
it's a criticism, but I think it's a criticism. To be fair, I think it's a very real thing that this fear that's around Destiny, like it's very understandable. I'm not even sliding him for it. I don't really fault him for it. I understand.
Sure.
If you're trying to make money and you want like people in your space, you want to make as much connections as possible. It is the smart thing to do in the long run to do this. So it's not even me being like, you're a piece of shit for this. I just think it's naturally something he's going to do, even if he doesn't realize it.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. Even like, obviously, I don't do any of the stuff that I do for money. I don't like promote anything really hard. I didn't even. I felt really weird and uncomfortable when I argued really hard with Destiny the way that it is because I like him and I respect him so much. It was very awkward. It was uncomfortable as fuck. So
yeah,
I think there's even like if you're in this space, you have some regard for the guy.
Yeah, there is that part of it too, where it's like you agree with him on certain things, and I think there are just genuine things he sincerely agrees with him on that like are fundamental. So it's like two extra things that I have to contend with, where it's like I'm already criticizing somebody in a very like public manner and saying something that like is very morally wrong with them, and even if he sincerely agreed with me, there's one coded layer that makes it harder for him to like tackle it and like agree with me, being more willing to be on board with my agreement. But I already think he like thinks like Destiny in the sense of like he thinks it's okay to do this. I sincerely think he thinks that. So I'm not even necessarily, again, not stating he's intentionally being like bad faith or all. Like I think there's just like subconscious incentives to make sure like he's on the good side so he can keep those connections. It's fine. Like it's not a fuck you kind of criticism. Yeah.
I understand completely.
point, if you're gonna be a shitty person, like
oh, when we get to that point, don't say it right away. Let me see if I can catch it.
yeah, you kind of earn the insult you get. Like
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like if you're gonna attack people to a certain extent, like after a while, you're just asking for it, and I don't see
Like,
the
don't be a
downside to
crybaby.
it.
Don't be a
Yeah.
crybaby when someone comes after you for real shit
Me-
that's gonna hurt your feelings.
Me, if you engage in shitty behavior towards a shitty person, you're like not that much better. You're only like slightly better. So say
Tom probably
so
wholly
say
disagrees with
somebody
that.
doxes another person. I don't think it makes it right for the other person to dox them. Is it fair? Is it I? That's cool. Yeah, that's okay. But that's still a shitty action. Doesn't really change it. But it's especially wrong if you respond to a dox with going up to that person's house and beating the shit out of them. Like if you amplify a response to that degree, I think that's wrong. Yeah,
But that's not what they did.
that is what he did.
That's what Destiny and Your did to Grace.
Yes, she took it to levels about talking about Erudite's marriage, and she took it to levels talking about Destiny's kid. I don't think that's even close
All
to
super personal shit.
Doesn't matter. I don't think it's even close to the level of being raped.
Okay, then yeah, is like rape like the absolute worst thing in the world?
It's not even in the same ballpark.
What a weird thing
It's
to
like
say.
it's like if somebody did that and they were a black person, and you just like, all right,
Like, there's plenty of people that would say, yeah, obviously.
yes,
I think being murdered is probably worse by my metrics, but like, I wouldn't argue with somebody because they thought that. That's it's a weird hill to die on.
yeah. I think I would say I'll say this. I can understand if someone, especially if they experienced rape and they know what it's like. I would understand someone saying that rape is like one of the worst things in the
I
world.
don't understand them saying that it is the worst thing in the
Yeah.
world. It's
Yeah,
just not the kind of thing I would find it valuable to argue with them about, even if
Yeah,
I
well-
disagreed.
Yeah, I didn't feel like fucking arguing with him about how bad rape is. So like I was like, okay, but what I guess what I'm saying is like with murder, that is definitely definitely up there, probably the worst thing you could do, like one of the worst things for sure. But at least with murder, there's like the victim
Like, it's over.
doesn't feel it's over. Like there's nothing else to experience. But with a rape victim, like they have to live with that like extreme trauma for like the rest of their lives, and that's pretty awful
Yeah, that's where
thing.
the argument comes in, that it's worse.
And and I'm pretty sure some rape victims think it's so bad that they fucking need to end it to be able to. Yeah, because they can't cope with it. Yeah, so it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's arguably the worst thing ever.
Mhm. Yeah. In word, fuck you for your whole race and your bloodline, and blah blah blah. If you want to be like, yeah, no, it's not even close. It's not the same at all. Not at all. Not in the same ballpark.
Yeah, I just don't think I care about what ballpark they're in. Like, it's like
Okay.
if you're gonna throw
Okay.
mud, just
Wait.
expect it to be. I
Wait.
don't know why you wouldn't
That's-
expect it to be thrown right back at you.
Wait,
It's-
It's not
that's
the
and-
argument.
and then to frame it through the lens of, well, I know what's the most moral, and clearly this is way more immoral. So, yeah, you can't do that.
I
It's
don't know
just
how
it's a weird arbitrary line you're
I
drawing.
don't know how long
That
you've
doesn't
been,
make sense.
I don't know how long you've been on the internet where like in normal social circumstances you would never like increase like an insult exchange to this level, to where like every normal standard person looking at you would like they would look at
Bro,
you.
I came from 2010
but
COD
that's-
lobbies. Like
Yeah,
we
but
said,
that's
we
part
said
of-
way worse stuff than
Wait,
than
that's
rape.
part of the problem. You're only making my
part of
point
getting
further. You're
into
just
this
Yeah.
like
space.
on another level of unhinged. I don't
Wait,
understand how
that
you
is part
that's
of getting
okay.
in this space. Is that getting into the space that is part of what you're signing up for? Like that's
Right.
part of the
It doesn't
understanding.
Yeah, it feels like Tom's almost
matter.
arguing
It doesn't
for,
matter. I can
no
still that's
ethical
morally
guidelines for how you treat
reprehensible. It
people.
doesn't matter what space we're
Okay,
in.
hold on. But
I don't think that's what he's doing, but he's being a useful idiot for that argument when he says that.
Yeah. You can kind of tell that. I get the feeling that
I feel like he doesn't
uh,
love that argument.
I feel like he disagrees with me, at least at this point, but he doesn't understand quite how to get there in terms of arguing with me about it more properly, like where he feels comfortable in the argument space. Like, I don't know. I get that feeling from him where he's like, yeah, I have to actually, you're making me think about this. Like I feel like I'm making him think about it is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Probably because it sounded to me like he didn't he didn't love the thing that he said there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I
You're
can see
saying,
criticize somebody-
wait, hold on. You're
Sure.
saying, hey, this isn't normal anywhere else, and so this is kind of fucked up. And I'm saying, well, in this space, it is normal. That's part of what we sign up for. So just saying it's not normal anywhere else. Sure, we all understand that. Lots of things that we do here aren't normal anywhere else. Making rape jokes in general or jokes about pedophilia, none of this shit's normal anywhere else. But we all do it here because this is part of what we sign up for.
Part of my argument is if you're gonna like set up like a moral framework, you're gonna be like an arbiter of like what's good and what's moral is maybe not making fun of somebody for being raped. I think that's like a low bar to clear. I think you can make fun of grades for a lot of different things. And that's one of the things where it's like, hey, maybe don't go there. Like maybe that says something about your character, about how you actually view like rape survivors and people who are groomed. Because you're not only insulting that person for being raped, you're insulting other people for being raped.
You're making a statement about how you feel.
That's
about
basically
people
what
that
you're
have been
doing.
raped.
It is kind of weird though, because you're like basically because like you agree that they make fun of this dynamic, right? Ben and Grace.
It doesn't matter what
No.
race.
You do it. No. Don't say it doesn't matter. Say yes or no. You do acknowledge that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Grace is a victim. He's her abuser. It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter.
Okay, so you are okay. So you do acknowledge that.
Man. I feel like I'm gonna see a bunch of Mr. Girl alarms go off in his chat now.
That they make fun of this dynamic, but then want to cry. But then you're okay with them crying bully when other people make fun of it the same way.
Destiny and
It's just a
Erudite.
bizarre.
Destiny
it's
and
a
I say that with
bizarre
all the
thing,
sympathy in
man.
the world too.
Destiny and Erudite are supposed to be the mature adults. She's a groomed victim.
Why?
She's a retard. She's clearly not well. Yeah, it's upon them to be more
Why?
mature. Why?
Yeah. Why?
Yes. Why do they have to be more mature?
The
Ben's like
adults?
older, and Ben's older than both of them. Why do they have to be the mature ones?
No, when you're addressing Grace, not Ben.
Okay, why do they have to be the mature ones when with Grace?
Because it's a moral responsible thing to do when you're talking about moral ethics with like 1,000 people watching you. And you're supposed to like set a fucking standard, right? You're supposed to be like somewhat of a moral arbiter. Right? You're supposed to project some sort of goodness, right?
In this space, not really. No, that's very rare.
No, because obviously, like, when he's making these arguments against this shit, I'm not saying, like, we'll just do whatever the fuck because it's this space. I'm saying, like, yeah, like, if you're retaliating against people, then it makes sense to, like, do it. I'm not saying, like, oh, anytime somebody's a victim, you can make fun of them for any reason and nobody cares.
No,
like,
yeah. I'm saying when you're going to have if you're going to say things the way that Grace and Ben have been saying them, and then but they also get some special magical field that prevents them from being criticized for things that they themselves make fun of themselves for.
It's not about being criticized.
I can't buy this one, man.
It's not about being criticized altogether. You're like taking my point and you're saying they can't be criticized at all. No, my point is, hey, there's one joke that goes way too far, one insult that's supposed to be
No, I'm talking about that joke. That joke. Like, I'm saying it's I don't mind it. It's one
it would be
one
okay to
thing-
make fun of Ben for this shit, but not the victim, which
It's
is Grace.
absolutely fair to make fun of Ben because he is the abuser. He's the one who should be treated like a joke. He is the one who is the like wrong party, objectively. It is wrong to make fun of Grace for this because she, as a kid, as a fucking, I don't know how young, probably like fucking 5, was raised into being who she is now. She didn't have much choice, did she? So it's kind of fucked to be like,
I kind of
"Ah,
agree.
you've
Like
been fucked by
I
your
think
dad."
it's fucked up to do
I
it.
don't
I
know.
thought it was fucked up when they did it. I just don't care so much. But yeah,
knew
when
it.
they did it, I was kind of blown away by it at the time. So
I knew it. I knew he was gonna say that he didn't care.
It's like the argument basically that I hear is she goes low, so they are okay to go lower, and then I tell them, okay, yeah, you guys recognize that's wrong, and they're like, yeah, we recognize that's wrong, and then I say, okay, so it's okay if I criticize Destiny and Erudite for not living up to their moral principles and like like setting a standard, and it kind of seems like they want to fight me on that, but they don't know how to exactly.
Yeah, like Tom did the thing. Like, I don't disagree, but also at the same time, I don't care.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I think the issue is, just unironically, it's the soy thing. It's pretty soy to care about that.
Yeah. Well, I accept that it's soy too, but like I get a little agitated when people call me soy about it because it feels dismissive of
It is
like
dismissive.
yeah, and I'm like, okay, but like I
But
would yeah.
when they're experiencing it, they're not being dismissive of it when they don't want to do it. It's that they don't want to be a person that is dismissible.
Yeah.
So it's a little complex in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's tough because it's pretty easy thing to empathize with. But at the same time, it's super frustrating because it's stopping you from having the conversation that at this point, where you guys are at, I'd say that like you even like deserve having gone this far into it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's difficult. I'll give you that.
so
Yeah. I think there's a reason people get blown away by it because they're supposed to set a standard of not doing that because they're supposed to care. Like that's my point. If you're portraying a progressive theme and you care about rape survivors and you care about grooming victims, you shouldn't fucking make fun of somebody for being groomed and raped. It's
So we're just gonna let them make fun of it all day long, say whatever they want, criticize, but we got to stay away from this one criticism.
they can say anything that they want besides that. That's like the one restriction. I don't know how much more clear I need to make it for you. I think it's
I mean,
Let's
you don't need to make it any more
let's
clear. I
say-
just think it's a dumb arbitrary line you're drawing.
Let's say Destiny
It's
doesn't
not
I don't
even
think it
arbitrary.
is
think
at all.
that did
I-
actually happen though. Let's say Destiny doesn't even believe that she's actually a groom victim, and he doesn't actually believe the incest memes. Like he
I'm
just
glad
thinks
you-
it's all jokes.
I'm glad you asked this because somebody asked me this in a hypothetical. If he didn't actually believe this, it's still really bad, but it's way less worse because at least he's trying to make a point in that regard of saying like, hey, I don't actually believe this happened. There's something off about this story or something like that. Still pretty bad. Still pretty weird. But yeah, it's way significantly less bad. I think it's worse considering he actually, at least from what I gauge, he actually sincerely believes this did happen. I think it makes it worse that he actually believed it happened.
What if he's making fun of them for what was it? Shit, I just lost it. I had a good one.
Like I'm so strong on this. When people make fun of Destiny's kid, I think to me it goes way too far. You're bringing in somebody else's kid, it's super fucking unhinged and deranged. I think everyone would generally agree with me that when people do that, it's pretty fucking weird, right? Yeah. So like that's how I view this. Is like you are
Yeah, I think those things are horrible, and I think if you're gonna go to stoop that low and throw mud and bring his kid's name up in conversations, at that point, like I don't see why we have to play kitty gloves with other people. Fuck
The
that. No.
level of
Just-
difference is staggering though, with like bringing up somebody's kid and then bringing up
Nope, I
somebody.
disagree.
I think it's incredibly different. It's
Are
still
you a
really,
father?
huh?
Are you a father?
It doesn't. It does. I know where you're driving at. That it's personal that you have a kid, but like Destiny deals with this like 24/7. So by this point,
So
especially,
because he deals with it all the time, he
I don't.
the
No,
this is
I
something
don't.
that
I
kid
don't.
goes.
I don't think it matters because I know he's like. I know he thinks of it as like no one actually like gives a shit at the end of it. Like,
You
no one's going
pause
to do
here
something to my kid or anything like that. But when he's making
I
fun of
fucking disagree when people are
Well, he's
posting
making
pictures
fun
of his kid and then posting pictures of them with guns. I
You're
think he
talking
actually
about-
legit is afraid of shit like that, and I think he's rightfully afraid of shit like.
So yeah, you're talking about when like someone like brings in death threats and shit like that. I'm not talking about when like Grace makes a critique or like some weird fucking jab about how he doesn't raise his son very much. I think that's below
Yeah,
the
but
belt.
when those
Not-
things are out there and then people are bringing up his kids, it's kind of like
to me,
it's
You
kind
gotta, they get lumped in the same category.
to
You
me,
pause it.
it's not even the same category at all because that is when she says that she's making a criticism on him, not the kid. That's the main difference. So when he makes fun of her for being raped by her dad, he's making fun of her, and suggesting, whether inadvertently or not, he's doing this, that it's her fault she was raped and groomed. That's the main difference. That makes it so much worse to me.
Yeah, I don't even think that he's making fun of her for it. I think it's making fun of her dad for it. But
No, absolutely not.
But
If
even
you're-
if she was, I don't really have a problem with it. Again, like I don't draw this weird distinction between
I don't know why he's saying all
you
that
know
other
making
shit
fun
then.
of calling his like if
Can
you're
you
gonna go
pause it?
personal, just expect the personal jabs come back.
He shouldn't be
Yeah.
spending all that time building up an argument and then saying I don't even care if she was then. That
Yeah.
just comes off as dishonest as fuck.
Yeah, that's I call him out on that in a bit, but I do feel like I faltered a little bit because I didn't take into consideration how serious like the kid thing actually is. But at the same
It's pretty
time, I
crazy
feel
right now.
I feel it's especially more crazy now. But my point really drives at, like I said, where it's like, well, like when Grace pulls it up, like it is below the belt, and it is. I think it is fundamentally still wrong to do. But like the criticism is more so focused on your deadbeat dad, not so much the kid, not making fun of the kid specifically. But yeah, still bad nonetheless. But what Tom does after that is he's like, yeah, but it's mixed in with like all the death threats, and it's like I feel like you're struggling to make that connect where it's like just because she mentioned it, like that is inherently attached to death threats when that's clearly not why she brings it up personally. But yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can continue
If you
want.
don't,
I thought I did.
wait, hold on. Let me finish my point.
Sure, go ahead.
If you don't want that to happen, that's perfectly reasonable and perfectly acceptable. This space is not for you. Go somewhere else
Oh my
because
god.
it will happen here.
You don't actually care. Why are you trying to substantiate a difference between? Oh, I think actually he was making fun of Ben when he was making fun of Grace for being raped. Like if you
I'm not even making a distinction there. He was making fun of Grace too.
if you actually didn't care, you wouldn't be in here arguing with me about it and being like very distinctive. You actually do care. It actually does.
I only came in because you brought up my name.
Yeah, sure, that's fair.
I honestly don't give a fuck about this.
I actually do
I just you brought up my name, so I was like, all right,
even if I brought up your name, you could just not come in if you didn't sincerely care. So
true.
yeah,
But
to
I
be
did.
fair to me, you do care. That's okay. It's okay to care.
I don't necessarily care. I don't necessarily care to change your mind if that's what you mean. I just think you're absolutely wrong.
Yeah, that's
You're way
fine.
off.
It's okay.
Go ahead. That's what we're doing. We're having
You made it a little bit
conversations
better.
about it. We're arguing. It's okay. Fucking silence. But yeah, I think I'm.
He was teetering dangerous on looking super like he was coming really close to just looking like a baby there. I don't know what other way to put it. Well, I only showed up because you said stuff about me and I didn't like it, and I don't care about anything else. But I waited till now to bring it up too, and it was weird. But I think he did a pretty good job of coming back from it.
Yeah, I feel like I do teeter on that acting like a baby thing when I mute the guy later on. I feel like maybe you'll criticize me a little bit more harshly. Maybe my perspective's a little skewed because I personally was in the conflict, so it felt more personal at that time.
Sure.
But I feel like the dude was really playing like his little. I even call it out as like rodeo tricks. He does little parlor tricks like for his debate thing, and it's like really obnoxious. And I'm just like, I don't even like. And he does the same thing Glitchin does, which is basically like,
Wait, that's
oh,
not
like
Glitchin that's talking.
well, it's Glitchin talking right now.
Oh, okay.
Or what I'm saying is, Kid does basically the same kind of thing. With like the inroad is basically, I say, my main critique is, this is wrong because of many different reasons, but one of them being, especially if you're progressive, you're not winning political allies, you're being morally wrong, like you're sending a wrong message. And then basically, like the inroad for them, it always ends up, well, who cares? And it's like, then why are you arguing with me about it? Like, yeah, it's very frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah. I just think that when somebody does that, like 9.9 times out of 10, it just means that they can no longer hold up their side of the argument, and so they probably don't care anymore. Because if they care, it feels bad to care when you've lost the argument.
Yeah.
And it's so it feels like it just cheapens the entire conversation when that happens. So hopefully we get some resolution because that's stupid. I hate that a lot.
I have nothing else to say, but I know there's people in the waiting.
You're also doing like pretty good. We'll see if that changes when you start freaking out later. But I think you're doing pretty good so far.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's a long pause where I look like I got defeated, and I'll explain the context to that when we reach that point. It's with the kid not kin thing, but yeah.
I wouldn't go so far as to say this is a 2v1. It feels like Tom's like extremely middle of the road here.
Mhm.
But they're definitely trying to just make you they're just trying to win, and you're just still continuously trying to repeat the same point that you've been saying since the very beginning. And so
Yeah,
you're doing very, very good at not letting that get away from you and get like falling too far down into like another argument that they're trying to have that they have a bit more control over.
yeah. I think this will.
Because this matters to you, and so I think that's important.
Yeah, I try not to get sidetracked. I think I do get sidetracked one time, maybe twice, with Kid Not Ken. But mostly I think I tried to call him out when he was doing little parlor tricks to try to get sidetracked. But I don't remember it that well. I could be wrong.
All right, yeah, let's see. I'm
not sure if they're
a
going to
lot more
challenge
invested
me.
now.
Oh shit! Yeah, bring them in. I'll debate.
Probably not challenge me. I don't want to make it all about me. Don't need to.
Hold on, Glitchin. I think Smith's coming to talk to you.
Fuck you, bro.
Smith.
Wait, hold on. I'm testing this. Hold on. What the heck?
Testing your mom.
Ooh, got him.
What the hell?
Damn, you didn't drag Kilo in? What the fuck?
Wait, hold on. I'm testing something. I'm trying to figure out how to turn you guys up. Hold on.
Sorry if we showed up at an inconvenient time. Do you want us to come back?
Oh, no. This is fine. Okay. Because mainly, it's not even just Emery. You're right. I'm not here to disagree with you. Besides our previous point, it's mainly for Glitching. Because never I heard a grown man cry and whine so hard about just because someone being petty as hell that he can be as petty. To justify that is just insane to me. That's the most dumbest take I've ever heard. And for him to just somehow say Emery's wrong, when clearly making fun of someone else's child doesn't therefore attack the parent, you're actually attacking a child. Oh my god.
Wait, are you saying Emery's wrong that she was attacking the child?
No. What I'm saying is wrong. I'm saying is to bring up other people's kids to use as an argument. because those kids can't defend themselves. They can't talk for themselves. They can only be talked to by the parent who's always going to talk about their child in a positive light. So I think it's weird for if someone makes fun of Destiny's kids, for him to make fun of someone else's kids. In fact, I think even Destiny is against doing that. If I'm not mistaken, when people bring up his kids, that he doesn't bring up other people's kids. Now, maybe grown adults may be different because Grace
Wait, but
is
the
a
difference
grown.
is that his kids aren't actually included in these things, whereas Grace is included. Ben is included. So his kids offline. They're not included in the fight. They didn't say anything about these people. That's why it's off limits. That's why it's messed up for them to do.
Okay,
They're bringing in people who aren't even in the space or online.
Tom is
in
making
any
a
way.
correct
They
but
didn't
separate
insult this
point,
person in any way. They're
which is
totally
weird.
irrelevant. And then they bring his personal family members into the fight and start bringing
You
them
pause
up
it
to
really
make fun
quick?
of them. That's why it's messed up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So like Smith is he's a character. He's all
I
over
don't
the
know who he
place.
is.
He's like on my side, and I do respect that. I think he generally understands my point for the most part. I think there's like misrepresentations, like misunderstandings of like my point also when he's talking about it, especially after I leave, which you don't need to watch that. I promise you don't. But like he gets so diluted in my points where like he even starts like saying that like I don't know how he loops it in, but he's basically saying like misgendering is okay or so. He's so out of this world. I don't even know how his mind works. He's a nice. It seems like a nice dude, but he's a little crazy.
That's the dangers of having somebody come in to aid you in a conversation like this, is that they might agree on the main point, but then they might be completely fucking retarded in every other category of it, and then it just reflects back on your argument.
Yeah, that's not to say that he doesn't make any good points at all. I think there's a couple good points he makes here or there.
Oh, I have
but
no
yeah.
idea. That's the danger of that.
Yeah,
happening.
yeah. Anyway.
But Tom, I woke up with Tom. Hold on. I don't like this metric because if we're just saying they're not in the space yet, therefore it's okay. Well, eventually they will get in this space, or who knows if they will or not. So then I feel like this. Yeah. So are you saying once they get into the space, then it's fair game?
Yes. It's weird. If people start bringing up like my family members who have literally nothing to do with this space, they start attacking people who aren't here, who aren't relevant, who aren't attacking them, who have nothing to do with them. It's kind of weird to bring up people who are not in this fight. That's weird. Yeah.
But hold on. Okay, but wait, hold on. When you mean in this space, do you mean like have a Twitter account, have a YouTube account, or like what? Like Twitter account? Like
I
what do
mean
we
to
mean by
be
in the space?
related in some way to what's going on. That's what I mean.
That's pretty
Okay,
clear.
well that's different. I thought you were saying like I thought you meant solely like if they're just in the space. I'm like, well then shoot, they're already screwed then because I'm pretty sure his son.
I think it's weird, generally speaking, like regardless of whether it's in the space or not, just interpersonally to like bring up someone's kid, like have their kid catch a stray that has nothing to do with like whatever you're fucking. I think that's just weird behavior in general.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
Yeah.
why I feel like the analogies are weird.
Well, no. Glitch the one was saying it's not weird. He was saying like expect to like if you get personal, expect personal.
Wait,
attacks.
what?
Is that not what you
You
said?
did say that in
Hold
this
on, wait.
space, everyone has personal attacks, and you said don't be surprised when it happens. But suddenly, like Destiny is like a little victim when everyone attacks him for like personal things, and then when he attacks people for personal things, no one gives a shit. It's fucking
Yes,
weird to
because
me.
it matters
Weird,
if it's in defense. It
It
matters
doesn't
if
matter.
he's
It
doing
doesn't
It
matter.
does matter.
If you
It
were
100% does matter.
so upset about getting clowned
I don't know
on
what
for not
matters
raising your
means
kid
here.
properly or whatever other critiques people have for you, you should be able to like not go as low as making fun of somebody's rape. You should understand and be empathetic to not
Okay.
do that, especially to somebody that's not even close to your level of fame.
Here's the only reason
Yes.
I disagree with you, Emery. And you and I have had conversations about this before. We don't have to
Yeah,
talk
we've
about that.
literally had
It's fine. It's fine.
conversations about this
It's fine.
endlessly. Yeah.
The only thing that I think you might be missing is Tom kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. I think there's actually a really, really high chance that both Destiny and Erudite do not think that Grace is actually a rape victim. And furthermore, that Grace doesn't think that she's a rape victim. So my perception of like Ben and Grace is that they, had this fucking joke get thrown around a couple times, decided to lean into it because of all the attention it got, and then that's
Yeah.
their fucking shtick. So
Yeah,
they are.
even when I say that she's like a grooming victim, I don't mean like he directly had sex with her, because I don't know anything about that. I've never said anything about the incest and shit like
I
that. Because
highly doubt that that's the case.
Yeah, I have no take on that.
I
More
hope
so,
that's
I
the
think that
case.
he groomed her into like sexualizing herself for his benefit. Like, I would have the same issue if some guy decided to like put his daughter out there as a prostitute so that he could pimp her and make a lot of money off of it, or if he made it to where she was going to be a stripper and make a bunch of money so that he could profit off of that. Like, I would think that grooming a girl into that so that she sexualizes herself early on so that she can be attractive to other men for his benefit, I would, that's the type of grooming that I'm thinking of
Right.
when it comes to Ben pimping her out on the internet.
There's things that make me believe that this is not the case, that they actually do think she's a rape victim, possibly. But hey, let's say that's true. It's only like it's only slightly less bad.
No. It's
to me,
substantially.
still-
Look, if you're LARPing as a fucking incest rape victim for clout, I think you deserve to have the stupid shit you say weaponized against you.
No, she's still groomed. She's still doing sexual.
You can be.
things
Wait.
because
You
of her
can.
dad.
You can simultaneously be a little bit like. So let's say that she's been abused in some way. I think that's a better word than saying that she's been, groomed. Because
No, I think
grooming makes me
groomed is,
think
like,
that.
Actually perfect, because
I think that her father is abusive.
she is doing sexual things for other streamers because of his influence primarily. And she has been shown in videos when she's doing this, very uncomfortable, crying at times, but feeling like she needs to do it because her father influenced her to be
I'm still listening to it. I just gotta help my wife with the computer thing real quick.
doing this in the first place.
Okay.
So I think groomed is appropriately
And-
placed here.
And the number of times that she leans into it, or she plays it up, or she's the one that brings it up, or she LARPs as the fucking incest. Does
She
that
does it because
mitigate
of her-
any of that concern for you?
She does it because of her father. I don't know how many times I got to explain. to
She
people.
does a little bit of it because yes,
When-
absolutely. Some of her
When you're a
agency.
grooming victim, your mind is very malleable to your parent, and when you're
Yes.
being raised, and shit gets all fucked and wired up in there. I think most of the things she does is the way she thinks is because of her father.
Yes,
And it
some of the
sucks,
things
but
that
is the
she.
case, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Some of her behavior is her father is responsible for. Just
Mhm.
like everyone's kind of parents are responsible in some ways for their behaviors as an adult. In some ways, yes,
Yes.
of course. But does she lack complete agency over herself in all regard, and everything is Ben's fault? No, dude. She leans into it. She chooses
Well, I
to
don't
do
think
this for
Emery's
internet.
saying that.
No,
I'm not.
He's not saying she has zero agency. I don't think
He's
here's the hot-
accommodating her to
No.
like the craziest
Here's-
extent.
Here's the hot take. She has so little agency that I almost feel like she doesn't. It's so little that it almost doesn't even fucking matter to me. No, it doesn't. She is so
I think she
attached.
has enough
is
agency
so
to know.
attached-
Wait. Hold
Uh,
on. Let's say assume that the premise that I presented is true, that they are not actual, they don't have an incestuous relationship, and that she is not an actual grooming or like rape victim. Sorry, let's take the word grooming out of it. Let's say she's not a rape victim. Do you think that it's appropriate for somebody to knowingly, even though they have some agency removed due to the relationship she's had with her father, do you think that it's appropriate for an adult woman to LARP as an incestual rape victim when other people are actual incestuous rape victims?
That's part of what she does is wrong. Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to do that. But again, the reason she's doing it is because of her father. Again, I think
Some of the
His
reason she's doing it
influence-
is because of her father.
his influence is so strong that it reaches near levels to where it doesn't even feel like she's a real person. It does feel like she is primarily controlled by him. And there's a lot of instances where she'll write out her thoughts and be like, I don't know why I'm like so attached to him. I don't know why I'm like so scared or frozen. It's like she doesn't even understand her thought process. So,
I am sympathetic to people having cognitive dissonance about the abuse that
Okay.
they've suffered. I'm super sympathetic to
Shit, sorry.
people.
can you pause it really quick?
Yeah, I was trying to help my wife set up a PS4 controller on her computer, and it was connected to mine.
Okay. What's really frustrating to me about this point is Kilo is kind of. Oh, are you still?
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Kilo is kind of diluting, and from what it looks like in the chat, kind of successfully diluting my point, which he's saying that she still has agency enough degree to where we can criticize her, and then thus for whatever reason, I guess it's okay to make jokes about her being raped and being the groomed victim that she is today, which is super. Huh?
I think that you're making a leap there that can't be made. You had me all the way up into the point to where Kilo's saying it's okay to make the jokes based on that.
I think he
didn't hear
thinks it's. I think he thinks it's wrong, but it's more justified. Like he's very protective of Erudite.
But this is different too. Might be more justified than if, because like, so you guys have a difference of opinion about how much agency she has, and
Would me and him have had not 20, but I'm exaggerating when I say that. But we've had like very extensive, long talks about Erudite as a person. But not only that, but
hang on. How he feels about Erudite is aside from the point I'm making. Is that
yeah.
So there's a key thing that's happening here where he thinks she has significantly more agency than you do. And just because he thinks that she has significantly more agency doesn't mean that he's saying it's okay to do this. Now, he might go on to say that, but he hasn't said that. But what he's saying is that it is obviously more okay because he believes she has a much greater degree of agency than you think she does. And I would say that the disagreement is based on that. And I don't think he's saying like it's okay because of this, but it's like if you thought that she had more agency than you currently think you do, say it's more okay, right?
It's not that I think it's okay. It's that I think it's more understandable. Like I'm more charitable to like someone whose whole life they've lived up to trying to be accepted by their father. Everything that they do is for their father. All the dramas that are caused, you're taking your father's side. There's so much things that you like are like he has like almost every single little bit of influence. I think she dropped out of school. I'm not sure if it was because of him.
Wait,
but like
what was you're just describing what you think of Grace, but I'm saying that if you thought of Grace, Grace's level of agency the way Kilo did, you would say that it is somebody who has the level of agency that Kilo thinks Grace has. It's more acceptable to criticize that person than to criticize Grace as you view her. Yes, even though it's still be bad, it's more acceptable.
It's not that okay. I want to be clear. The line is where I draw, where I say one of the rape thing is what I'm saying. I think you are allowed to criticize the person and their actions, even though they're heavily puppeteered. You know what I mean? Like by this person. Mm-hmm. I think you even get to the point where I don't want to spoil it actually, but like the point is I think you can heavily criticize and still punish the person and social factors because at the end of the day, it is still them doing it. But I'm also very, very, very charitable to the person to where I am saying that, yeah, you did all this wrong and you have to accept responsibility and accountability for this. But like, I still humanize you. I don't dehumanize you to the levels where they are clearly dehumanizing her, where they say, because you're such a shitty person, we're going to make fun of like the thing, one of the most traumatic things in your entire life.
Okay. So
yeah.
Do you remember when I know you were there for a lot of it when Mr. Girl and Destiny were talking about Nick Fuentes and Mr. Girl was like, Steven, it's me. I'm not. That's me to you right now. I'm not trying to front. I'm not trying to load anything else into it at all.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, it seems. I feel like you're being like really protective over, like you don't want to let go of. I'm not trying to get you to let go of that point at all. But I guess all I'm saying is that even though it's wrong, there's still like a sliding scale of how bad it could be, and it's based on agency. Like if there's somebody who was actually the one that had a mentally disabled father, and they groomed their mentally disabled father. And people were making the same kinds of jokes. Whereas if the other person had a literal device in the back of their brainstem that allowed them to not just be groomed but fully controlled, it would be significantly worse to make fun of one than the other, right?
Yeah. So my argument is essentially that this person this person is so controlled by their father that like I'm very, I'm very like I don't even know what I think of agency in the first place. I think we're all like, influenced by a lot of social factors
It's
in
a
the first place.
spectrum.
Yeah, but when I say to these people, I say there's so little agency that there might as well not even be any. It's like I think I mean it because like she's around this person so much from what I can gather of the history, if none of from everything I can gather, it seems like she is like basically almost 100% controlled by her father and very influenced by her. Like she's adapted a lot of social ideas. She's adapted a lot of mannerisms, picked up smoking, a lot of things. So in my head, I'm like,
I mean, to be
Yeah,
fair,
yeah.
most people
Uh,
are heavily influenced by their fathers and pick up mannerisms, things. That's like,
Yeah.
in fact, if you're a good father, you would expect that to happen.
yeah, but
Like-
it's such to the degree where it's not. It doesn't feel like the
I-
same. Like it feels like a copycat.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to point out that
Yeah.
that line of argument makes me feel a little bit weird about it because like people meet my kid if they've known me and then they meet my kid, they're like, holy shit, you made another you. Like my kid has a ton of anime posters in their room. Like we listen to different music, but like if I was their age and stuff right now, I'd probably be exactly on the same shit. So like these things aren't necessarily bad. They're not indicative of grooming or like amount of control that the parent has. But I would say even it is an expected amount of influence. Sure. So these things aren't like these things don't amount to like grooming or things that are bad. But what we would want to focus on is that Ben has actively manipulated Grace to where she and this is where I think the agency is that when she goes against him, she gets really scared and panicked about his response to it. So she has like a heavy level of fear that I've seen on the stream. So it's like a fear-induced influence that I've seen on the stream, and it made me change how I felt about it.
He's the number one thing in her world, at least at that time, for sure. I don't know about now. I assume a big factor in her life still, but she doesn't even know how to portray. Doesn't even know how to really have real conflict with him. When I've seen them argue, it feels like she like gives in to almost like every single thing. She is very
She'll degrade
resentful.
herself.
Yeah,
she'll
and-
be like, you don't have to do it. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, repeatedly she'll say stuff to degrade herself, and repeatedly she'll be confused why she even resents him. That's how much control I feel like that there is, where it's like she doesn't even understand why she actually like resents and like probably even hates him. She doesn't understand what's happening at all. This is what I mean, where it's like another level of unwell. Like clearly there's something much more than like just standard parenting. Like that's usually what I have in mind is like this person is so morphed and molded by this person, that it's like clearly like another level.
I think I
puppets.
understand where you're at with it. But, like the main thing that I wanted to get across to you is that
Sure.
I don't think that like one it is possible that she could choose to go against him. It's just very unlikely. So there is some level of agency there. But if she had more, then it would be more acceptable. Like I say, I think that the only thing that you and Kilo really disagree with, or at least based on my understanding of both of your positions, the only thing you should have a disagreement about is how bad what's happening is, because it seems like you both think that it is bad.
Yeah, my position is it's so extremely bad that like I think like it makes it even worse when you make those kind of jokes towards her. And I think he's saying that she has enough agency to where those jokes, while still really shitty, are not near as bad as I would think that they are. That's what I'm getting from him when he's talking about it. But again, I mean, I also feel like he's making, because I'm doing this to him because he did this to me, and I'm just trying to be fair. And if me and him, we have other issues about a lot of other different things, and I like the guy overall.
I like Kilo too.
But our friendship is not in exactly, I don't even know if I'd call it a friendship, but it is definitely not in like the best place. We still have to have a talk with each other. But I feel like he's very defensive of Erudite because he's friends with her personally.
Sure. I mean, to be fair, most people are
so,
defensive
yeah.
of their friends.
Yeah. So that's a factor in play here. And I say that I make that criticism of him because he makes a criticism of me saying he thinks I'm reverse engineering a critique on Erudite more so than Destiny, I think. But he's thinking I'm trying too hard to make this criticism when I think it's just blatantly bad. You know, like I could think Erudite's a bad person in a lot of other regards, but I think like it's still valid to critique this regardless if like there's a history. Like I don't think it's just hatred of a person. I don't think it's that simple. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that line of thinking
Yeah.
perfectly well.
Yeah.
Some people do have a hard time with it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
People not knowing how to stand up to their parents and all those kinds of things, of course. So she deserves like a little bit of kind of grace in that way, pun intended. But I don't
This
think that
motherfucker.
means that all of a sudden she's completely absolved of any agency and participating
not
in this
that-
type of thing.
You didn't tell me there was going to be puns, Emery. No, but what are you saying?
What do you mean? What am I saying right now?
Oh, wait a minute. I think when I paused, maybe I just heard you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think I forgot to turn it off. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
This is why I asked you in chat. Did she get forgiven for killing? Because it seems like there's so much that you're willing to just kind of for her behavior that you're just kind of willing to forgive because she's a grooming victim. So it's kind of hard to figure out where you draw the line.
It's
He
not
said
that
what the
she's-
line was. Just don't make fun of the rape. I don't understand what the line's so hard.
It's not that she's absolved of her behavior. It's not that she has no responsibility for her behavior at all. What I'm saying, and what I told Tom also, is I really hope this probably won't happen, but since Ben ran from home, my hope is that she takes the responsibility, the accountability, the initiative to put some thought into why she feels the way she does, and then move on to therapy or whatever processes she needs to heal and actually become a better person. It is still her responsibility. But what I'm saying is that, like, I can't be all too mad at her on a very personal level because it almost doesn't even feel like she's a person to me. Like, it really doesn't. Like, that's why, like,
Okay,
it
who's
feels
dehumanizing in this?
it is dehumanizing, but like when I'm watching her, it doesn't feel like that's her. It feels like he is a puppet. And
That's
so
fine.
yeah, like I'm gonna have a huge level of charity for her because that's because of how I view her. But that doesn't mean if she does something wrong.
If I were you, I would have just owned that. Based on everything you said, when you said that, who's dehumanizing now? I would just say, like, yeah, I don't think of her as, like, a human like I think of other people. I think of her as a functional mouthpiece for Ben. Because that's essentially what you're trying to say here.
Yeah, I think, okay, the hot take.
I think that would have served you really well.
I think the hot take is, and I think I do own this. I'm pretty sure I owned it there too. I think the hot take is that dehumanizing isn't always necessarily a bad thing. It's more of a neutral thing. There's a lot of bad dehumanizing going on.
No, I would say that dehumanizing is bad. But you're not dehumanizing her. You're pointing out the lack of humanization that she has because of the observations that you've made, because of the things that you're observing. You're not the one dehumanizing her. You're talking about the dehumanization of her that is happening.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting it to me. Is that, yeah, I am calling out, I am suggesting that I'm going to be, not the soy one this time. I'm the Giga Chad here. You know what? Yeah, I am dehumanizing this person. You know why I'm dehumanizing them? Because I see them as a puppet, and this sucks. And I want to call it out, and I want to say, hey, like, this needs to be fixed. This person needs to retain their humanity again, regain personhood. This sucks. I don't like it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think the only thing that I would change that is that, like, you're not the one that's actually dehumanizing her. You're just reporting on the dehumanization that has occurred within her.
Yeah, that's a better way to
you're observing, because, like, you're not actually doing anything bad there. You're saying something that is being criticized, but, like, you're talking about a bad thing that's happening. That's not the same thing as you putting it on her.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Yeah, I'd agree with you. Yeah.
Which I think I don't know. I'm interested to see where they take from this.
that it's still
Oh,
not her fault. That there's
one-
still
one
not
more
her
problem
fault.
is that
Oh,
Uh,
well, I
they-
mean, at least did they even address this?
I don't remember. I think they do. Hold on. One more thing before we replay it. There's also a criticism. I don't know if they make it on voice chat, but in the chat they make it. They say I'm infantilizing her. Infantilization is not necessarily a bad thing either. You can infantilize to a certain degree to where it's like, yeah, I do kind of see this person as like a kid still. Like she's pretty young. Obviously, her mind is pretty warped. So, like, I'm giving a lot more charity in the sense of, like, yeah, like, you still got a lot of growing to do. You're being a shitty person, obviously. There's a lot of things I can make fun of you for. But this is, like, again, the line is where I say the line is. And I'm like, yeah, like, that's where I'm like, okay, we need a stopping point here. And it'd be cooler if there was a little bit more charity like you give or a little bit more humanization of somebody who's like really bad, but like, you know, I don't expect everyone to be perfect. Obviously people are here to have a good time and fuck around, but you know, like
I
yeah.
would even say almost exactly the same thing I said before, where it is that we never ever want to infantilize somebody. However, it's not infantilizing somebody to report on the fact that they are infantilized.
Yeah, sure.
You're saying like, I'm not saying that like, I think that she like, I'm blaming somebody else. I'm saying that somebody did something to her, and it appears to me as though she has she's currently existing in a state of like infanthood as far as her ability to govern herself goes. If you want to say I'm infantilizing her, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that somebody has instituted upon her only the agency of an infant, because that's what it really sounds like you're saying. Like, you're like, I'm not making a judgment here, I'm making an observation that she actually can't. Like, because they're saying you're infantilizing her, like you're slighting her, and you're saying like, no, I'm freaked the fuck out because somebody has done something wrong resulting in this, and it's not
funny?
her.
You know what's funny too is if I was infantilizing her in any other context, they would be okay with me doing that. That's the funny thing. Like they would absolutely, because if I was just ridiculing her, making fun of her live on stream, just saying like she's daddy's girl and stuff like that, like there's a level of infantilization there. They'd be completely fine with that. But once I say like there's an issue with like her and she's being like she's basically so like warped in her mind that like I don't think she's like a fully grown person, like, and like I think it's like a little harsh to go to this level, then I'm infantilizing her in a way that they do not accept, you know. It's frustrating.
The problem is that it's a false argument. They don't give a shit. They don't care about Grace. They don't care at all. What they care about is arguing with you.
Yeah.
So I would say that
Well,
they're
it's like-
probably going to like they
It's
just
like
don't they just don't care about Grace. They don't care about how she feels. They don't care if she gets infantilized. They don't care if she gets her feelings hurt or anything like that. They see her as a bad person, and their attitude towards her is, hey, fuck her. But since you're on like quote unquote her side of this, it makes you look bad to be accused of infantilizing her, even though, like I said, you're just reporting on like actual infantilization, not like a thought experiment style. Like you're saying that Ben has rendered her an infant in agency.
It'd be about like 98% of what I say about her is like agreement, but like the 2% is where I'm like I load it, I think, much worse circumstances than I guess they do. And that's where the problems arise when I take away, like, it's almost like I'm taking away a toy that they really like. It's like, I love this toy. Or like, even if I don't use this toy, I want to have the option to use this toy without feeling bad about using this toy. And I'm telling them, no, it's morally bad to use this toy. This is bad for you and bad for other people. And they really don't like that.
Yeah, and then they're saying, well, you're only saying that, I don't know. You know, I lost it. This bothers me because they're pretending to care about things that they don't care about, and you're actually arguing because you care. And like, even on a lot of this stuff, like, I know I'm not like 100% on your side here, but I just care
Yeah,
about how it's being argued. And at least I know that you're the only one. Tom is too. You and Tom are the only ones that have been sincere in this. But maybe that one guy, Smith, when he came in, like, outraged on your behalf, he was being sincere. Nobody's argued against you as being sincere about anything. They're like actually trying to score points here.
Do
It's
you
weird.
think Kilo's not being sincere?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Kilo's new to this. Yeah, Kilo is being sincere. I don't know
think-
how well your guys' communication's connecting though.
He after he popped off or he was done on the call, which he's about to be done. He basically just messages me, nothing personal. That was fun. I think like he's not trying to be personal. He's just trying to argue. But I think there is like the blockade of his friendship where like he feels like there's a personal incentive for him.
Do you think
And
he
I know
knows
that
it?
I no, he knows that because I've had conversations with about him where he's said to me, one of the things that one of the things that makes him feel bad. I'll say it this way. One of the things that makes him feel bad is when I tell him that I don't like Erudite and here's a list of reasons why and blah blah blah. And he's friends with her, and he feels like that's like even though I'm not intentionally doing it, and I definitely am not. I'm not making any criticism of his judgment, but he thinks that's like a judgment thing on him. Like he feels bad because it's like, what if I am befriending people who are bad, and that makes me feel bad about my character judgments. Yeah, it's yeah.
Well, that's like a really complex interpersonal issue.
Yeah,
More
yeah,
than
that's-
there's a correct or incorrect thing happening.
That's the reason I say there's a little bit of personal thing there, but it's
Yeah.
not. It's not intended to be like a fuck you. It's more like it's part of the ongoing disagreement we have, and yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like part of this conversation between you guys can only go so far. 'Cause
Pretty
you're
much.
like stuck.
Yeah, because he does say when he's like, we've talked about this repeatedly before, and I'm like, yeah, we've had like endless conversations about it. Yeah.
Then he probably needs to not engage with, like, you guys need to not engage, but in this case he came to you. He probably needs to not engage with you in arguments that are going to involve her then, because he is then like, basically he's saying that either you have to, like, we're going to have conflict between you and I that isn't necessarily going to be productive to the conversation because you're doing this. But then, so basically, like, you just need to not be able to, like, have this argument then, which if you go to him, totally different story. He can be like,
Yeah.
I don't know why you're coming here to have this argument with me, but he came to you. So he needs to give you a little bit more space to have your argument just because it makes him uncomfortable. If he can't deal with that, then he needs to not be having this publicly then.
Yeah, and none of what I'm saying is intended to shit on Kilo. Like,
I'm not shitting on him at all. I love
Well,
Kilo.
I'm not saying
this
you are.
This is just a dynamic that doesn't work.
Yeah. I'm speaking aloud. I think part of like what happens is when I was in a server is that like everyone speaks out their mind, and Ethan Stapley has like some of the same critiques I have of Erudite and stuff. So when people speak their mind about their like, and he hears it, and it's like, man, this sucks. Like, I wish all my friends kind of got along, but like realistically, how much, especially on Discord, how are all your friends going to get along like that? They're not going to see eye to eye all the time.
Yeah, I think when it comes to things involved, like when it comes to stuff in this space, I can only argue the points if there's disagreements between two people that I'm like really fond of. Like Tuna Chip's a great one. I'll argue the points, but otherwise, it's on Tuna to argue his own positions. If somebody wants me to explain something, I can, but like I can't defend him against criticism that he would not otherwise be willing to defend himself on.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think it leads you down a bad road.
We're comparing this to like, we're saying that these people are doing this in defense. So we're saying like somebody comes up and punches the other person. This is somebody who was abused as a kid and is only violent because their parents beat them when they were little kids. And so now they come up and punch you in the face. You shouldn't punch them back because they were an abuse victim, and it's kind of messed up, and you don't understand what they've been through, and you don't understand abuse and blah, blah, blah. Like every time, if they're doing this in defense, because these people are attacking first, they're throwing the personal attacks. I feel like you're almost defenseless when you take
Well,
the like most obvious shit that you would use against the
What Tom's saying sounds like it's really good, but from your perspective, you're like, no. But just imagine the person's like actually like helmet and fucking like helper next to them 24/7 retarded. That's what I'm saying. Grace is if they hit you, yeah, you don't hit them back. And they get to do it as many times as they want, and it's going to be on you and other people to work around them because she just doesn't have any agency. I'm arguing your perspective. That would be like accurate, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like very similar to that, and it's like again, like I feel like some lefty or someone else that's like more morally principled or something like would argue with me about going to any personal levels at all. My argument is again, like even if you are talking to somebody who is like that, you can go low, but this is the line I have. Like this is the line where I say, wow, like you're disgusting and like I can't believe you would do that. And it's not only bad for you to go that level for yourself, it's bad on the person. You're harming the person, and if you're in front of an audience, especially a large audience, you're promoting an idea of normalizing hurting victims of rape if like you don't like them. And I think that is inherently a negative. Yeah.
First of all, Happy New Year. Welcome to 2024.
Are we officially there? I don't know if I'm officially there.
I'm
might be
in
in
Eastern.
Okay. Happy New Year.
So from my perspective, it is the new year, my time zone. But yeah, I will say this: you have done a very good job of explaining your position. The biggest weaknesses that you've had in trying to express this is letting people get away with like moving with a poor interpretation of what you're saying. See, like I've stopped a couple times to like really hammer out and clarify where I think there's like a difference in like what you're saying and what you mean because I'm listening to you. These guys just want to win.
Yeah,
And that's
in
what
a way,
sucks.
if I'm being honest, in a
Like,
way,
you
I
care
wanna-
about this and they're fucking. Yeah, but you care about
Yeah.
this. They're
Yeah.
fucking around, and like
Yeah.
it's fine to fuck around. But I and just also too, I've stopped and like said like here's what I think you should do or whatever. All this isn't me saying like, hey Emery, sit on Elder's lap and I'm gonna tell you everything that you did wrong. I'm not doing that. You when you share this to me, you're like, let me know what you think about it. So that I'm just like analyzing it from like a debate perspective. That's it.
Yeah, no, learning because I've trekked through this conversation while I was at work a couple times to be sure, like, okay, like is there something I'm missing? Am I the one in the wrong? Like sincerely, like I actually want to like think about it critically about my positions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Kid is the closest. I think not even the closest. I think Kid delivers the like parlor tricks, but I think he delivers a poor interpretation of how I'm delivering because I feel like I'm making my point. You seem to think I'm making my point, right? And then like when it comes to when he arrives, he basically says that I have a point, but I am not making it very clearly, and it's like all over the place. I'm not very like. It's funny because like it almost feels like to make my point. Like he'll say, "Why is the N word bad?" And I'll be like, "I don't know why I have to explain to you this," but it would turn it into like I have to explain to you why racism is bad. I have to explain to you why hurting rape victims is bad. Yeah, like it like gets hypercritical and then it's really redundant. It turns into a whole nother conversation, which is extremely annoying. Yeah.
Sure, but if you're gonna start down that path and they turn out to have a brain smoother than my freshly shaven balls. That is what you're going to have to do in order to move it forward. You can't skip over that explaining why racism is bad if they're at least going to claim that, because everything that you don't say, they can turn around and use against you. And like, I'm not talking about this from the perspective of winning, because that's not how I approach these things, but from being able to communicate to, like if they're being this way, it's like, we'll just assume that they don't understand here. So I'd say to communicate to them, and then also to the audience, what your what your position is. And if you're talking about it on stream, like that's obviously the goal.
That's the bad that's the bad faith part of it, is where he's like, let's get like hyper detail oriented on, tell me why racism is bad. Tell me why calling somebody the N-word. Tell me why this is bad. Oh, why should I care? Like, why you have to explain why we should care. And then it's like, okay, like you're
overall optically act like you think they're retarded though. Because so I have a really hard time when I'm debating somebody understanding when they switch to bad faith. Because like I'm always like I'm like not to like jack myself off here or anything, but like I'm so good faith that like whenever somebody says anything to me, if I'm like trying to explain something to somebody, I'm just sort of taking it at face value, and I'm like 5 minutes behind them switching most of the time. But I think that still works out for me, especially if it's just not me and the other person in a call, because if I break things down in really clear and simple terms, like if I answer the stupid question as to why is racism bad or why is racism hurtful, they really have nowhere to go after that, unless they're going to keep on, if they're going to keep on flagging over, optically, they look really, really bad. And like, they're going to make themselves either look really stupid, or they're going to just be seen as like an irritating troll that's just making the conversation go nowhere. And only the people who like that are going to care about that. But the people that care about the points are going to understand that you have good points, and you'll be actually making that impact.
I feel like I don't want to do this, but it's hard to not do this. I'm doing the thing that Mr. Girl was doing when he did his report tour, is when he saw something that was clearly bad faith and like being manipulated into being something that like it's hard, it's subtle, it's the little things, like you have to call it out. So when like he's doing the little parlor tricks, I'm like blatantly calling it out and saying not engaging with it. To a lot of normal people, or a lot of people in the space, not normal people, a lot of people in the space, they're going to be uncharitable to that, because it's going to look like weak from my end.
Yeah, and when you call it out too, it's dangerous to call it out, because you don't just have to be right, but you have to be convincing that the other person's being bad faith.
Yeah, it sucks because I still want to do it, because it's so annoying to like tread through that, because it's like I have to go down a road that I really don't want to when I'm making a very simple point, and like you understand the point. You're just trekking me down, and you're trying to do parlor tricks, and like that's part of your game. And eventually, if I don't know every little trick, I'm gonna fall for something, and it's really obnoxious, and I hate it.
If you care enough to go down that road that you don't want to go down, I would say that you should care enough to make sure that when you finally get to the end of it, that it mattered then. And so you have to be able to like demonstrate that that's what they're doing for the people that are watching, at least, because like at this point we're assuming that they're a lost cause, and so only the people that are listening as well are that are listening in are going to be the ears that matter here, right?
Yeah.
So that's just the kettle of shitty fish that you find yourself stewing in. Otherwise, if you don't want to do that, don't go down that road with them. Just call them. Just go like, look, I don't want to do that. If you really don't understand this part, if you really don't understand why racism is bad, I don't have the energy to explain it to you. I'm sure that there's plenty of people in the audience that'd be happy to tell you, or anybody else that you talk to. You're in such a minority that I don't know how to approach this. And then you're still fine. I don't think it hurts your point to back out in that way.
Yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. We're almost at that part. After Kilo's call, it basically goes into kid not canon.
Okay. Let's see.
Bundy was abused as a child.
But Tommy, we always respond in defense. We're just always gonna have constant conflicts. Like there's a reason why we don't always respond.
I feel like here's the appropriate
all battles.
the appropriate amount of punishment for what she does with her father on live streams, like the obnoxious shit she does, the really bad things she does, the appropriate response has been how most people have handled her, which is like treating her like a locale. But up to the degree where we're making fun of her rape, that's where I'm like, okay, I'm drawing a fucking line, because at that point, to me, you're almost signaling that any other rape survivor or any child that was groomed, that it was their fault. Like, there's a
Okay.
moral
I
problem
think,
with that to me.
Emery, I want to agree with you. I just think that the person in that dynamic who is actually like being reductive towards rape is the person who is LARPing as a rape victim. Now that's fine. I think you and I just disagree on this. All I'm going to say left is one, and don't take this like super duper personally. I think you already have distaste for Erudite and Destiny, and you're kind of reverse engineering a critique of them.
It's not a
Sure.
reverse.
Way.
No,
But-
it's very
but-
blatant. I don't.
look.
It doesn't really take much for me to reverse engineer this one. It's pretty blatant. But
Yeah,
I do-
I just okay, that's fine. The only thing I wanted to say before I go, the only real joke that I remember Erudite making that was directly at Grace's expense was something along the lines of Grace was after being vitriolic and shitty for like 15 minutes and talking about Erudite's marriage in a really like derogatory way. Grace said something about the tone that Erudite was using, like I don't like when you use that voice towards.
I think Kilo needs to own up to being overly defensive to Erudite to make his criticism of you stick at all.
yeah, absolutely. People don't.
'Cause he can do that. He can criticize you in that way, but he can't do that and be like this protective.
Yeah. Like, also, like, I think he says, like, there's only, like, one joke she makes, which, by the way, is still bad. But I'm pretty sure there's other jokes she makes. I have the video. I can retread it. I'm not going to retread it with you, but just for my own sanity, I'm pretty sure he's just misremembering. I don't think he's intentionally lying about this.
I would
I'm
never
pretty
accuse Kilo
fucking
of that.
sure. I'm pretty fucking sure she makes pretty gross jokes on that, like even grosser jokes on that same like level with like Destiny. I like along the lines of, yeah, you fuck your dad, something like that. Yeah. So
Yeah, and
Anyway.
like and to be fair, this isn't like a condemnation of her or anything like that. Her joking and stuff she's gotten a lot more gross. She has adopted Destiny's style of like fucking with people in these kinds of debates, which I'm not. I have no like strong opinion about. Just simply that observation. So like I just wish Kilo would say that if he's going to criticize you for being too harsh, he needs to acknowledge in that same breath that he's being, that he, at the very least, he might be being a bit overly defensive. Because otherwise it falls flat with me because of that.
yeah, it
And-
doesn't fall as flat for other people when they're looking because they don't know quite.
Because they hate Grace and they like Erudite. That's all it
Yeah.
takes.
It's not so they don't. I don't know how many people there is a. It's not a common knowledge, but there is a general knowledge that along certain places where literally he's close enough with Erudite that like Lav said that Kilo was gonna connect with Erudite and they were gonna have a talk. Like he would be the mediator. He's that close to where he can try to like
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
like
so, like,
at
it's
least
not
somewhat
like-
familiar with like their friendship.
yeah. So it's not like
and- And I'll even say too that I think that Erudite is like one of, as far as my interaction with people go, like has been one of the most polite and like straight up people with me that I've spoken to. Like my
Mhm.
video where I interviewed her is literally called I talked to Not So Erudite about Mr. Girl and she's very nice to me.
Yeah.
So like I have a pretty positive opinion of her, but
Yeah.
if I'm gonna defend her like that, I'm gonna call myself out for it, so that way it's not used against my argument.
Yeah, you know, it's a little frustrating to me when he also makes that critique because I have the incentive because eventually I do want to stream and I want to be able to be in this space, you know.
Sure.
But it's frustrating because he's like, well, you have a bias, you hate these people, and it's like, well, of course I do, like, but it doesn't come from nowhere, you know. And I feel like if anything, like this is the truest form. Like I am the truest form of who I am right now, and I will stick to those values even when I'm a streamer because If I didn't what was the angle I was the angle I was going is if I was going to be insincere, let's just say that, because it almost feels like he's saying I'm insincere with the amount of hate I have for these people. If I was insincere, my direction would be going the opposite. I would be defending Destiny and Erudite a lot more. I would take the easy stance of being able to be the more likable person in the space. That's the angle I would go for.
Well,
'Cause
here's
it's
the thing:
clear-
saying you're biased means that you're making these judgments and you're not even aware that they're that like you can't even acknowledge, like, because you're so biased that you can't see how like basically inherently faulty your arguments are. So when somebody accuses you of being biased like that, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
if that's true, then show me where my bias is leading me astray. Then demonstrate
Yeah.
that. Just
That's a
saying
good
that your
point.
bias is like is basically just say like it's as rhetorically effective as just saying like, well, you're just wrong. So, okay, well, tell me how I'm wrong then. So you need to make him address your biases and then demonstrate it for you. And then if you agree, you can agree. And if you contest it, then try to contest, like show how it wouldn't matter how you felt about them, that this is just something that's simply true.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if
could
you're
do
saying like, well, if I was really biased, then I'd do this, that's going to convince him more that you can't see what you're doing, which is what
That
he's
is-
accusing you of.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, but I feel like yeah, I agree with you. I feel like it's still like kind of annoying because it's like, man,
It is
like,
annoying. Being told that you're
It's
too
like-
biased is very annoying. But
it's like, no, I
also think he
promise.
genuinely thinks that.
Yeah, like I wish my bias went the other way because I could just be like, heading towards a better position of a streaming career and maybe be in Destiny's orbit and possibly get a little bit more money off that way. But I think like starting here,
Hi,
I'm
Kilo.
kind of fighting a wave of people. You know what I mean? Like it's not the best starting point, for this space. So yeah.
Sure. Kilo's in chat. I think
Mm.
oh my god, Emery's been pretty amicable about your guys' disagreement, to be perfectly blunt about it. As somebody who you just argued with, I would applaud how good he's been about your guys' exchange. Most people are a lot shittier. Happy New Year to you too, man. So do we play from here? Or do you still
Yeah,
do you still
yeah,
want-
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Towards me or something,
I
and
just
Eric
checking.
said, "Would you prefer if I use my daddy voice?" Which is objectively really fucking funny.
Oh,
So
oh,
I'll see you guys.
To be clear, also, if Mr. Grohl did this or anyone else that I'm a little bit more charitable, like Tomfoolery, for example, Tomfoolery did this, I'd be just as fucking hostile. I'd be just as fucking pissed. In fact, I'd probably be more pissed because I expect a
better
little bit
not.
more from
I
people.
mean, it's
that
not
I'm
hard to be pissed at Tom. Come on.
You better
Yeah.
not. I only allow people in my community who simp. That's it.
I don't know
Nothing
how I'm
else.
here.
No
I'm not gonna lie.
disagreeing.
I'm not sipping.
Kid not kin, what you got for us?
So it sounds like the only thing that that
Yeah, I
actually
agree,
matters
Kilo.
is what, like, if someone says something mean to you, you should respond proportionally. It sounds like the only thing that actually matters is the proportionality. Like,
But-
I don't know why it's so focused on just about like rape or whatever, but it sounds like the only
Because
reason.
Who's saying this? Can you help me out with that? Is it Kid Not Kid?
Yep, kid not Ken.
That is
He
a
just-
totally tone deaf response to this conversation. That's crazy. Nobody on either side has said anything remotely like that.
Yeah, that you
Yes.
can see where it starts. Where I'm like, okay, really?
I feel like we've listened to completely different conversations hearing him say that.
Reason why
he
it's
thinks
focused
no
on
matter
rape
what.
No,
is
it's
He
not.
because
thinks there is
It's
no
not the
proportionality.
proportionality.
He thinks no matter what, it is going to be the same. He thinks
yeah, and
that
that's,
it
Tom's
is-
that's
got it.
silly.
Smith
Yeah.
is saying the same
No,
thing. yeah.
no, it's not the proportionality. You can respond in a disproportionate manner to where I think it'd still be acceptable, and I would look at it and I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty harsh. All right, cool. Like that's fine. Like you could do that, but I have a line to where, hey, like if I'm like arguing with a fucking black person and things get really personal and I start calling them the N-word, I'd expect people to like treat
Wait,
me
why? Why?
racist.
Why?
I don't know why I have to explain to you why it would be bad to call a black person the N-word.
No, I need you to explain it. Why?
I'm not engaging with this. This is
I mean,
retarded.
why
No,
you
no,
just
why?
say it's
Because the
offensive?
answer
All you have to
why.
do is just-
Wait,
just tell
sorry.
me
The
it's offensive.
answer
Just-
why is
oh.
because it's extremely hurtful. That's why.
Oh my God. Yes, that's all you have to say. Just say it's extremely offensive. That's it.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
just-
Which means this is about
no.
I mean,
proportionality.
simplify.
You
I'm
just don't want to
simplifying,
say
but
it.
just
no. It's not.
This is bad. He asks you a question, and then answers it for you and doesn't let you speak. I'd have like my bad faith like alarms ringing. That's not saying he inherently is. He just be a little excited. He could be a little just like a little higher energy, but I'd be on edge about it.
Just extremely
Yeah,
hurtful.
I know.
It what?
To be I want to say, to be fair to him
Yeah.
on this one thing, when I say I don't want to engage with it, it probably does come off as bad faith or something.
No. I'm saying of him.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like he probably perceives me as being like Weasley because I don't want to engage with it. But like in my perspective, obviously, I'm perceiving that question as inherently bad faith. Like, you know why the fuck it's bad, and like I don't need to explain to you. Like this is common sense logic. Like for the most part, yeah.
Sure. Kilo said I think Kid was trying to generate some content here. So I understand that whenever somebody uses that as a reason for saying something that I think is like really dumb to say, my critique would then just be that, I would expect you to be able to generate content without saying something that's stupid. If that's what they're shooting for, because it just seemed like everything that was said was either no, I'm just gonna back up a bit. I think that asking him why racism is bad, then acting like he cares about getting the answer, and then answering for him and not letting him expand upon it. This put me on edge that they're going to be bad faith, as tone deaf to people being bad faith as I am, and then but like the initial take that he came in on just seemed like he was not listening to the same conversation. Is wild.
It says something about your moral character that you
Who cares?
devalue.
Wait, why does that matter?
Wait, then you're just helping me. If you don't care, then why are you arguing with me on this? If you don't care, just say you don't care.
Because the only thing that you care about actually is proportionality. I don't know why you have like a rape line, an
No.
N-word line, etc. Like the
No.
only reason why the N-word's so bad and like it's worse than other racial slurs in lots of ways because it's more hurtful. This is just about proportionality.
Same if you attacked a white person for their race too. It would
Invoking proportionality here is inciting the argument that you have to respond in kind to how you've been treated, and you're saying that these are things that you don't do even when you're treated badly. And he's not engaging in that at all.
Yeah, he's not. He's saying like there's a proportionality that like I have. And
Yeah,
he's not really engaging with me saying that there's a line to that proportionality. I explain a little bit later what I mean by that in a pretty decent manner. I don't want to spoil that, but yeah.
Yeah, I think what he's actually trying to say is that you just care about how bad something is. And the answer is like, yeah, no shit. That's why I'm okay with some things and not okay with other things. Some things are worse than other things. Like that's what everybody cares about. Otherwise, they would hate everything or love everything. Like this. Like that's the only thing that he could be implying is that you care about how much worse something is, but it's not. That only matters if it's compared to something. So this is very weird for
It would be
me.
the exact same. I would say like you're going over the line. You're attacking somebody for an immutable characteristic. It'd be like going after somebody.
If you said that there was a point in which you could call somebody the N-word, and you would find this to be acceptable, then what he's saying would be fine. But you're not saying that.
For being a woman, it'd be going after someone for being transgender or whatever shit. Like you're attacking something very interpersonal. Like I would say the same exact fucking thing.
Wait, I'm sorry.
All those points are not in the
It's
chat,
obvious
aren't-
that some racial slurs are just more offensive than others. That's
Pause-
just the
pause
case.
here. I
And
never-
the reason why it's more.
It was the most frustrating. You see what he did there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, okay, so obviously when you're saying like you're arguing with somebody about like there's a line of the race, but like if somebody calls you a white cracker, obviously there's a racial slur that's worse if you call someone the N-word, and it's like he's talking about like you're not acknowledging that there's worse words and stuff like that, and it's like no, like my general point is yeah, technically you're right, there is worse words, but like the moral wrong is still to attack somebody for their race, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can just say is like, sure, this is obviously true that calling somebody the N-word is worse than calling them a cracker. But I would
Yeah.
also say that in interpersonal argument, you don't call the white person that either. And I'm saying this like just as I'm saying like don't just as much as I am on I'm saying don't just as strongly on both sides, even if one side would be worse. I advise
Mhm.
against it equally. Is
So,
that
yeah,
correct?
yeah. So this is one of the little parlor tricks where he's trying to turn the conversation into something different, basically.
Yeah, I'd be really, really frustrated, and I think that I would just keep talking until I said all that I just said to you, and not let him talk past me. 'Cause I'd
Offensive.
be really upset.
This is just my claim, okay? You don't have to agree with it if you don't realize it.
I
But
never
Some
said that.
racial slurs just are more offensive.
You're turning the argument into something completely different that I'm not talking about at all. I never said that.
No, you are. You're just not using these words.
Wait, this
I
is the
never-
argument that I made, Emery. This is exactly what I was saying about proportionality. That like when somebody's making
no.
a certain argument, you're going to respond, especially when you're in defense. Like this is the same exact argument that I was making.
No.
And this is the same argument that I was making with racial slurs when
No,
you were
it
asking
doesn't-
me about whether or
I'm
not I would
saying-
use the N-word against
I'm
somebody.
I'm saying if somebody attacks you for your race, I think you would have the moral. It would speak on your moral character if you attack them back for their race. They're already below you by that point on the moral scale. When I'm talking about like diving into low blows and shit like that. So if somebody's going low blow on me for something, say I don't know, I can't think of anything right now. But say like I respond to something that's a low blow to me, like personal, and I
Mhm.
say, well. You got raped, motherfucker. You're a fucking rape victim. Fuck you. I bet you like that shit, you fucking weirdo.
You
Like
a
that's
victim.
that's extremely low. That's morally reprehensible. That would speak on my moral character that like a lot of other insults really wouldn't, not even on a near to the same level, because it would say something about me. It would say something about how I view people who have actually experienced being raped or being groomed as a child. That's what I'm saying.
You remember when I had the debate with Smith about the Mr. Girl report?
The thing
Okay,
you're saying
this
is
was the
that you consider these sorts of insults to be on the table to begin with.
Yeah, this is the most bad faith moment of what Tom does. This is the bad faith moment, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
I almost
Go ahead.
feel like Tom got confused here. I think that what Kid Not Kin did here, like confused, like he might be being bad faith, but like I feel like when Tom's bad faith, he's like pretty snarky and like he's like has like a little grin about it, you know? And it seems like he's just confused based on what Kid Not Kin said.
No, like no, I agree with you on that. But like what he's doing right now, you'll play it and you'll realize what I'm saying.
Okay.
Just play it and I'll explain to you if like I don't think I need to explain it to you though.
Okay. Cheeky's
what
the word
about
I'm
it?
looking for. Tom's
Did you
usually
agree?
cheeky
You
about it.
agreed with him on that entire thing, didn't you?
Not the entire thing. There's certain arguments he makes that are really, really stupid. But
The most
if you need to rewind it,
was
you
like
probably
where
do.
I was saying, like somebody
Worse than other racial slurs in lots of ways because it's more hurtful. This is just about proportionality.
Same if you attacked a white person for their race too. It would be the exact same. I would say like you're going over the
perfect.
line. You're attacking somebody for an immutable characteristic. It'd be like going after somebody for being a woman. It'd be going after someone for being transgender or whatever shit. Like you're attacking something very interpersonal. Like I would say the same exact fucking thing.
Okay,
So
wait, I'm sorry.
All those points are not
It's obvious that some racial slurs are just more offensive than others. That's just the case.
I
And
never
the reason why it's more offensive, this is just my
hold
claim, okay? You don't have to agree with it if you don't realize it.
I
but
never
Some
said that.
racial slurs just are more offensive.
you're turning the argument into something completely different that I'm not talking about at all. I never said that.
No, you are. You're just not using these words.
Wait, this
I
is the
never-
argument that I made, Emery. This is exactly what I was saying about proportionality. That like when somebody's making a certain argument, you're going to respond, especially when you're in defense. Like this is the same exact argument that I was making.
Yeah, I say here Tom just seems like he got confused, like he didn't follow.
Yeah. No, the next thing he says is bad faith. I'll tell you. Just let it play.
And this is the same argument that I was making with racial slurs when
No,
you were
it
asking
doesn't-
me about whether or not I would
saying-
use the N-word against
I'm
somebody.
I'm saying if somebody attacks you for your race, I think you would have the moral. It would speak on your moral character if you attack them back for their race. They're already below you by that point on the moral scale. When I'm talking about like diving into low blows and shit like that. So if somebody's going low blow on me for something, say I don't know, I can't think of anything right now, but say like I respond to something that's a low blow to me, like personal, and I say, well, you got raped, motherfucker. You're a fucking rape victim. Fuck you. I bet you like that shit, you fucking weirdo. Like that's extremely low. That's morally reprehensible. That would speak on my moral character that like a lot of other insults.
I just want to say the laugh is what got me there. I'm not laughing because I think that the content of what you said is funny, but the laugh really got me.
Really,
It was kind of-
not even on a.
It was what?
It was kind of funny.
The laugh got me.
That near to the same level because it would say something about me. It would say something about how I view people who have actually experienced being raped or being groomed as a child. That's what I'm saying.
You remember when I had the debate with Smith about the Mr. Girl report?
Yeah, what about it?
Did you agree? You agreed with him on that entire thing, didn't you?
Not the entire thing. There's certain arguments he makes that are really, really stupid. But
The most thing was like where I was saying, like somebody punches me, you're just saying, well, punching is bad, so don't punch them back because, especially if it's not like, yeah, if if it's not.
I don't think this is bad faith. He's reframing he's reframing exactly what he just said. So I think he's just still confused.
Here's why I think it's a little bad.
I feel like he got confused. He gave you his argument again, and he feels like you're not getting it. So he's giving you another example that's like closer to you and hoping that you'll get it. But the problem is that he got mixed up here.
Here's the reason I think here's why it comes off as bad faith. Let's say it's not, but here's why it comes off as bad faith. He's comparing me to Smith. And I know what that means for his community. I know what that means for his community. That means like I'm a joke. Like it's kind of like the framing of like you're being really ridiculous and soy. Like you're being to a level of cringe. I hate that shit. Like that's what it comes off as like very dismissive when he says something like that. You agreed with that, right? Yeah.
I can't speak to that at all because like I like Smith.
No, I like Smith,
and I'm unfamiliar with. Well, yeah, and I'm also unfamiliar with. So like I don't have like an internal like sympathy towards that line of thinking, and I'm not familiar enough with Tom's community to have any indication of that.
I like Smith and I like Mr. Grohl. I don't agree with all the things that they ever say. I think there's a lot of things that they say that is like really, really retarded. But so like when he does that, I already know what his audience thinks of Mr. Grohl and Smith, or at least a vast majority. So it comes off as bad faith because it's like, oh God, dude, you're doing this. You're comparing me to Smith when I like, bro, really? You're doing this? Like that's what goes through my mind. It's like, fuck, this is frustrating. Yeah.
Okay, I can understand.
Yeah.
You can't do things in retaliation just because they did it to you.
My argument is if somebody punches you, you shouldn't throw a fucking nuclear bomb.
Wait. That makes it sound like you're arguing proportionality now.
I am.
Is this where you said you made a mistake?
I am arguing proportionality, but I'm arguing it's not just about proportionality. There's other things intermixed with it about like your character as a person, what it does, what the after effects that it does to your audience, how it affects victims of rape. It's not just
sure, but up until this point, you have held your ground and just said it's wrong. You don't do it because it's wrong. You never gave an example where one thing was obviously undisputably worse than the other thing. This is if Tom is confused about the proportionality thing, now he's
Yeah.
just convinced that that's what you're doing. So
Yeah, I
that's,
think
that's unfortunate because as soon as I heard you say it, I was like, oh no, that's not what Emery cares about here.
yeah,
I've heard
it's
you
not.
talk about how you specifically don't care about that. But
Yeah,
you're
it's like
also like 1v5 here, so you get a lot of slack from me here. But it's still gonna be really bad communication after this, I would assume.
Well, yeah, it's all. Well, yeah, it's 1v5. Well, it's not even 1v5. It's more like 1v3 technically. But Smith is like not very good.
Oh, sure.
At arguing for my case as well, and had a lot to say, to be fair. But well, it was Kilo later, and then blah blah blah. Anyway, point is, there's a lot of things going on, kind of when I'm like handling different people and different arguments. So like my mind gets a little overwhelmed, and so I
Sure.
feel like I try to remain consistent. Where it's like, yeah, technically there is a proportional argument I'm making, right? But that's not the main argument that I'm making. It's like the argument that do you remember? Have you ever seen this argument between Destiny and Vosh, where Destiny is arguing to remain consistent with your moral principles?
Yep.
This is basically like the main thing that like I wanted to hyper focus on, which I probably failed to do overall.
Yeah, this
I
is the
think-
only major blunder I think you've made in the
Yeah.
whole thing because
Yeah, it's yeah. Go ahead.
because I think like you really needed to clear up Tom's confusion here. What I think is his confusion, or if nothing else, you need to clear up that you're not saying what he said. Well, you're not suggesting that, and this, as far as him and people that are listening now too are concerned, you confirmed that that's actually what you've been saying, and you've been saying it wrong the whole time. It's really unfortunate because like as you've held. You have avoided that and like parried that every step along the way up into this point. But you get a lot of slack. There's a lot of people going on. You've been going for probably an hour at this point.
Yeah, it was. I feel like I was like bam, 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 and then I feel like Kid, not Ken's fucking weird bad faith tactics, like because of the way I handled it, but also because of how frustrating it was to deal with it in the first place. And then I had Tom come in and like restructure my argument, and like technically. When he says that, like technically, yeah, part of my argument is about proportion, but my main center focus argument gets lost in that. Yeah, it's a whole fucking minefield. It's crazy. Yeah, yeah.
I would say that your argument never had any proportionality to it at all. However, but because you're a reasonable person, that you obviously wouldn't disagree that if you are going to do something bad, it should be within proportions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
so. Your argument never included that. This is just a reasonable take that, like, if you're going to do a bad thing, do a bad thing in proportion. Like, if somebody punches you, like, you should, if you're going to respond with, don't respond with violence, but if you do, punch back, don't stab or shoot back. But also, don't fucking do either. This is the only way, I think, that you can allow for any proportionality to come out of your mouth in this conversation without just like it totally hurting you, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think I
And
made that
maintaining your
argument. I think I made that argument earlier where it's like I made the comparison of like if someone gets doxxed, right? It would be understandable, but technically morally wrong to dox the other person back. And it's even worse if you not only dox a person, but you go over to their house and you beat their ass or you kill them or something like that. Yeah, it's even worse then. Yeah. So
yeah, you did do that, but unfortunately, because of how this conversation's gone, you've had to like reiterate your position over and over and over again. And once they bring up the proportionality, you just need to abandon any like charity moving towards that at all, because it seems like this isn't there's not a whole lot of understanding of your position right now to begin with, and anything you go towards that, it's just gonna muddy up your point. And because it's Tom's show and he's the one that seems confused, it's going to be that much worse for you to like clearly communicate your point after that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I understand.
You're in a really tough position to be able to communicate how you want to at this point.
I feel like
I think
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Before we continue, I feel like for like I've had a lot of Discord arguments and shit, so maybe this helped me like, and I've watched a lot of content. So I feel like for getting in the space, I do pretty decently. I do think there's some work to do to be able to be like pretty damn good at like being able to respond effectively. But I feel like I'm doing pretty decent for the most part.
I pat you on the back for everything except for like you said, that's like the only blunder that you've made in this whole thing. Tom's basically said nothing the whole time.
Yeah.
But I would say everybody else did. I've had a ton of criticisms of them, and you've been really good to not like get derailed. And you've done really good to hold your position, and I think that Tom's confusion here is just probably the thing that I think you're confused by Tom's confusion then, and it just fucked you up.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it was really wild for me to hear him say that. I was like, he has to be
you're talking about
confused.
for personality, because you just said a bomb.
exactly.
This is worse than a punch. So I think I think what you're trying to say is, though, I think what your intention is, you're just saying, right? You just don't want us to do what they are doing that we consider wrong, because that may compromise us as well.
It compromises your moral characters, and it compromises you as a person. Like, if you're willing to go that low, what else should I think of you as a person? Should I really rely on you? If you're making content that has to do with like spreading good moral messages like progressivism, and then like I see you fucking making fun of a person for being raped, it doesn't really matter how low that they got first. Like, I'm gonna think to myself, I don't think these progressive people actually care about rape victims, and I don't think they actually care about children being groomed. So that's my thought process. And I think it speaks morally well of
so it makes you uncomfortable because they're acting disproportionately.
Yes,
Well,
my
I think
argument
they're
is
different
I'm
reasons,
just
though.
uncomfortable. I'm just a soy SJW. I'm just
Maybe.
uncomfortable. Yeah, good summation, retard.
Wait,
I don't know why you're
Wait,
projecting
he's
so hard.
agreeing with
It's
you.
It's hard.
it would be a just general
Arguments.
argument to have. You can just say, I'm uncomfortable when people are way too mean to people. I don't know why you're projecting so hard. It's like, oh, so you're saying that I'm a pussy? You're saying that I'm a little cuck boy? Like, bro, chill.
It's not just about being mean, you retard. If somebody is saying something like, I'm glad you got raped, motherfucker, like they're saying something about their moral character. They don't actually care. In fact, if anything, like I'm beginning to think, oh shit, like, will this motherfucker hurt somebody? Will this motherfucker abuse somebody? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Like, this is fucking strange. Why are you going to this place? That's my point. And if you're
I don't understand why you were so upset by me saying that you're uncomfortable, and then you go on to explain why you're uncomfortable. I don't understand why you would be so upset about that. Because you're agreeing with me. You're agreeing with me right now. You just don't like it when I use the soy words with you. That's it.
Yeah, but you summarize it in a way where I'm just acting soy. No, like my
yeah. So you're being defensive now. That's it. Yeah, that's okay.
That's
it's
fine.
okay to get a little bit uncomfortable. That's fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's pretty
generally,
fucking
there are
annoying when
things
I'm
that we
making a valid
think-
critique of people, and the summation is that I'm just being a little too soy and being a little too.
The problem being is that you don't know how to articulate it, and the only thing that you come back to is whether or not you will feel something weird about their character. Why would anyone care? Why would anyone care what like you're thinking in your head?
You're kind of saying like it's a red flag for other things, but it's not necessarily bad in and of itself. It just makes you wonder.
Yeah, you're using that as a proxy for I just think it's wrong, and they're not picking up on that.
Yeah,
because I
I know.
don't think that I don't think Tom usually says things like it's just wrong. It's like things are just wrong.
Yeah, I say this later, but like when the reason I get frustrated because he's saying, well, it makes you uncomfortable, it hurts your feelings, or blah blah blah, or it makes you feel bad. He's saying what he's not saying. He's saying it in this coded way of like, yeah, you're being soy, and you shouldn't feel that way about it. You know, like you don't have any real reasons. You're not giving real principled stances. He even says that of like why it's bad. And it's like, I don't think I should. I think like everyone knows, like you're just you're telling me that I'm not doing it, but I don't feel like I should. I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this to you. And so you're saying I'm inherently wrong because I'm criticizing someone for not living up to their moral principles. And I'm inherently soy or SJW for that. And I should be written off. It's super frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you should ever say I shouldn't have to explain this. But you can say that like I'm not going to. I think that's better.
I think that's sort of fair. I think when I say I shouldn't have to explain this is I think when he says he asked me, why is it wrong? Like, or why do you feel uncomfortable about that? It's like, well, you know, we all know what rape is and we all know what racism is. So I feel like, yeah, we could get into the weeds about what that is and blah, blah, blah. But like, it feels bad faith where it's just like, yeah, you know, and I know. So why are we going down this road? Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining it right.
Yeah. I know
Yeah.
that, but because you're having the conversation publicly,
Mhm.
you say I'm not going to explain that.
Mhm.
You can let them sit with that, and if they
Mhm.
want to pretend like you basically have to go off of their response to that. Then say I'm not going
Yeah.
to explain that to you.
It's like to me, it's like a lose-lose.
Well, the best way to
'cause-
do that is to take
yeah.
the Mr. Girl route. Honestly, you go. If I feel like if you don't understand why, like we use the racism example, why racism is bad, then I think that my values and your values are so misaligned that there's nothing that I could say to you that isn't going to be. There's nothing I could say to you about what's good or bad that's going to resonate with you. Because to me, if racism isn't automatically bad to you, then like you're just your sense of good and bad is just not compatible at all with my worldview.
Yeah. Yeah,
that is like the smoothest way to go about it, I think.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It
I
makes
don't know.
people mad.
Let's continue.
Okay.
Wonder if they would do something else that actually is bad.
Oh, just to
I
be clear,
think-
I'm saying it makes people mad when you give that line of argumentation, not when you not that yeah, just that. We're good.
Yeah. If you're trying to make moral points, if you're trying to be a good person, if you're trying to lean people towards progressivism, you're trying to make a stance, you shouldn't do things like that because
Wait, hold on, wait.
you're not only
I think if you have ethical principles, you should know what the ethical principles are and then argue for those instead of just like making these vague threats
Pause.
of like,
Can you
oh,
pause?
well, like if you say these things, I'm gonna.
Dude, that's the most frustrating. You got ethical principles, and it's like, bro, it's oh my god, it's such a write off. I hate it. I hate it. Man. Yeah, I feel like I've. Mm, uh, yeah.
Oh shit. Sorry. I'm gonna repeat that because I was muted from coughing. I think that you just have to say that if you if I have to explain to you my ethical principle as to why racism is wrong, that it's not going to make any sense to you anyways, because I assume that when I talk to people that we have the same understanding as to why it is. And I mean, if you want to, then too, you go, because I assume that you and I thought the same way about this. Do you think that racism is wrong? And if so, then assume that my position is the same as yours. Then,
Yeah, that's
because,
yeah. I probably should have done something like that because it definitely would have been a better place to go than what I did, which is, you know, to me, I feel like optically it's bad, at least in this community. But you know, I felt for my own personal sanity of like I don't want to trek down the fucking road where me and you both know what it is, but playing these little fucking games. Yeah, I should have done what you're saying. I didn't think about something like that. Yeah, that's a good point. I might do that next time if someone does this shit to me.
It's certainly an option. They can have some like really weird kinds of arguments to go from there, but it's
Mhm.
much more manageable, and the ball's a lot more in your court than the kind of like spot they're trying to put you in by doing this.
Yeah, yeah.
I just have to think that you like rapists or whatever. Like,
Not
why
a-
don't you just cover your own principles?
But kid,
It's not a threat. I'm unironically thinking like, wow, this is pretty low, and like I don't know, man. Like, do these people like not actually care? I guess they don't.
Yeah, so what? Who cares what you think?
Oh,
Why
thanks
would
for
anyone
telling me
care
I
what
was
you
meeting
think? It's
Coop.
not about that. It's about the principles, right?
You should
Even
care.
then, I think we all kind of agree that yeah, we're going low, but why do we care? Is
Yeah,
the
we're
question.
saying we don't think there's anything wrong with it because the other
If you're
person went
trying to-
low as well.
If you're
wait,
trying
hold on, I
to
didn't
make,
disagree with that. Then wouldn't that
if-
make you hypocritical then? If you're
if
saying,
you're-
well, it's okay, I can justify it for my reasons,
Not when
therefore
it's
I
in
can.
retaliation. No, if somebody
Yeah.
punching me, if I punch them back, I'm not a hypocrite just because I think it's wrong that they punched me first.
Yeah,
but
but Emery might think that you're a violent
Tom, wait, hold on,
individual,
Tom.
though.
Not everyone
trying-
can respond. Wait, Tom. Not everyone can defend themselves. We agree with that, right? We know we don't always cuss people back. We know we don't fight everyone back. We need to stop acting like we always respond.
And that's
Right?
fine.
We
And
clearly-
that's what Emery's saying is it's a virtue to not hit them back. And I'm saying it is a virtue that not hit them back. You are being the bigger person to not hit them back. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong to hit them back. These are
it's
different
not-
things.
Okay,
I
but-
think it's a
but-
good thing to give homeless people.
This is where you and Tom differ, and I think it'd be a good to point out. Yes, Tom, exactly. This is where we differ. You think that being virtuous is a neutral option. I think that being virtuous in its instances like these, there's a moral duty to be virtuous in this way.
Yeah, I told him the next day after this conversation. I retreaded the conversation very briefly. I didn't want to go over the whole thing. I did tell him. I said, I think me and you, our main disagreement is that there's almost no limit in terms of how you can retaliate, but I think you should retaliate, and especially if you have certain morals, like a progressive does, that contradicts like your values and the things that you espouse to believe. Like if you actually honestly, sincerely cared, you wouldn't go this low. Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Correct. You're saying that it's the fact that it's on the table means that you don't have the kind of pure stance against these things that it seems like you would espouse.
Yeah.
Money. I don't think it's immoral if you don't give them money. Those are different things.
I think
Wait,
it's
Tom.
I think
But
it's
the thing is, I think it's different when we have different people, right? So, for example, if a father accidentally kills someone's child, would you then dare say that you have the right to kill their child? That's insane. That would be the dumbest thing
Tom
to
would
ever
say,
admit
yeah.
to. Eye for an eye doesn't work in all cases. Like, sure, you can cuss someone back if they cuss at you, hit them back, you can hit them, but we get other people involved that weren't in the original issue you guys had. If it was weird to like just throw them into a conflict.
No, but I also think it's wrong to snitch on people sometimes. But if somebody does kill your child, now I think it's probably okay to call the police.
I think
Well,
if
but that's not. But by your logic, to be consistent, you would say they should be also in the right to kill their child, the other person's child. If someone kills your child, you should be able to kill their child.
Involved.
It's
They
a
could-
bad argument because it places this weird like if you accidentally kill somebody's child, the bad thing was done to that child, a separate bad thing was done to the father. But the father then doesn't have the ability to take an innocent life in order to punish that guy. That's what makes it disproportionate if we're going on the proportionality argument. This guy's just bad at coming up with arguments. This is Smith, I mean, sorry.
Smith, yeah, he had
Yeah.
like one or two decent arguments, but man, he just he's all over the place. He's a character.
Yeah, his argument fails to recognize the unique agency and like value of life of the child that you get to murder in retaliation based on this model, and it only
Yeah.
focuses on the pain of loss on the other father. It's weird.
I feel like
It's innocent.
he kind of. I don't want to be too mean to him, but I feel like he handicapped me at times.
I understand where he's going with it. He's just making a
Yeah,
what's
he's,
this-
he's
this
fine.
report
I'm
that
not
with
trying
the
to be
kid?
too mean. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. I think the way that you say that in the Playboy, he means well.
Yeah, no, like it's like a inadvertent thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds meaner than I actually intended to be. Yeah.
No, I understand. He's not doing you any favors here at all.
No, yeah. I think if you're trying to,
It's so simple. Like, yeah, I'm sorry.
I think if you're trying to make a political change, a moral change in your audiences, and you want good outcomes, and you want people to generally lean towards more good outcomes in the world, if that's your stance, if that's what you want to do, I think one of the ways that you don't do this is by making fun of somebody for being raped. And then it doesn't matter to me how bad they were going after you in the beginning, especially since it wasn't even near the same level of scale. They're already viewed as a horrible person. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not equal to me. So that's my stance. I think it's just immoral to do. I think it's wrong.
Well, okay.
I mean, I
Well,
think there's a lot of
I
soy
would-
people on the left that would absolutely 100% agree with you. It's just
See,
I-
when you
But hold on, why we gotta
when you
inflate
describe
soy?
it as
Come on, let's
soy,
not call people soy.
invokes a weird feeling to me. It
You can-
basically
you can say it invokes a weird feeling,
you
but it-
think the only reason why it's bad is because you want to make the world a better place. You want to bring
basically-
people towards progressivism. Like, and then people say it's soy. You're like getting defensive. Why? Just own it.
basically to you guys, what it strikes to me when you say this is soy, this is SJW, it strikes to me that you are saying that I am wrong for wanting people to be better, and I am wrong for
no.
No, I'm saying that
You
you're
misinterpret
appealing
things.
to like a better system.
Okay, right there, you can get them. They have no right to say no there because you're explaining. You're not telling them the truth of a matter here. You are explaining how you feel about it. They can't say no to that.
I mean, like, yeah, that's pretty much how I felt. Whether or not that was their intention or not, that was definitely like the feeling that I got. Like, especially since like at times they were pretty condescending to me, and it's like, come on, bro. Like, I'm not retarded. I know what the space means when they call someone soy. I'm not stupid. Yeah.
Well, the problem is the only thing they just literally can't disagree with what you're saying because you're explaining how you think and feel about this. It's it's very bizarre to try to fight that fight.
Society and all this shit, but like you don't actually have your own principles. It's like,
no.
like what makes the N-word bad? It's just because the N-word bad and it makes society a bad place. It's like, okay, well,
if you think like I just think inward bad because inward bad, then I don't think you've been listening to me at all. But it's
well,
okay.
you got really defensive when I asked you why it's bad, even though the answer was super simple. But
Well, I don't think he had defense. He just
You're
felt
trying
like
to
it was kind of
sway
it
the
was
conversation
offense to
into
act
something
on that.
completely else, and I see what you're doing. I don't care. I'm not following some little fucking rodeo trick. My point is very simple. Please, like, for God's sakes, like, just like out of the kindness of your fucking heart, have a little bit of moral decency. Just
why are you upset about being soy when you say this shit? This is so crazy.
No shit, man. It's some Xanderhall levels of soy, bro.
I know.
Wait,
not a bad thing.
wait.
This is
What
not
are y'all
a bad
saying?
thing.
Soy is.
Being good to people is not a bad thing. You're portraying this as this is a bad thing. This is soy. This is not a bad thing to just, hey, like maybe I shouldn't make fun of somebody for being a rape victim.
No,
This is
I'm saying maybe you should have an argument instead of just appealing to like, well, let's make the world a better place. Just think about your heart. Just like focus all the love in
Wait,
your heart, and
that's
then
not an
then
argument?
ask yourself, would you ever say the N-word? Like, bro,
kid,
just have a
Hold on, what's the
principle.
argument?
kid. If you had a child, right, and your child experienced something on the level of trauma of rape,
So when he says that, you can say that I didn't make that kind of an argument because I know I don't need to. I know you already agree with me. And you're not explaining how it is that you don't agree with me here. You're pretending like you don't.
yeah.
And so I'm not wanting to entertain you putting on this show like you don't agree with me because I don't feel like fleshing out why racism is bad.
Yeah.
That's I'll give you that. That's super frustrating.
Yeah, at that point, like, the first time he did it, I just didn't have the patience because I'm like, okay, bad faith, parlor trick kind of shit, and like my mind is like, I've already been doing this for a while. I've been having this conversation for a while, so I'm kind of like my patience is running thin for like little misunderstandings and shit. So like when he starts doing this, I'm like, I don't want to go down this fucking road with you. This is already an exhausting conversation that makes me look really soy, and I'm already having an uphill battle. So like, I'm not in the mood for this shit. Kind of, yeah. Fresh. Yeah.
I'm only saying this because you say you want to do this stuff more. I would actually look forward to people doing these like quote unquote parlor tricks, because if you can recognize them and you know what they're doing and you see what's happening, then you're in a really good position to be able to you don't have to call it out, but if it's just a trick, then there's going to be a way to easily combat that. And so like when people say really stupid stuff like that to me, I'm like, oh, like first of all, I get a big surge of confidence. I'm like, oh, you actually have nothing to like say against what I'm saying. So then I know that I can just take this much more confident approach to my argument, because there's like really nothing for me to worry about. They don't have some like information that I'm unaware of that they're waiting to like drop on me to make me look dumb, because they're making themselves look dumb by using like rhetorical tactics. Then I'm just gonna go after those tactics because they're not gonna hold up to good arguments. But if you let them get to you, that's when they become effective.
It does kind of feel like it almost feels like Kid listened to part of like the arguments that I was having before going in himself. So he tries to say that I don't have a real ethical principle and I don't have a real argument for my feelings, but like what I think you heard this earlier on. I said this repeatedly. I said if you are if you're being racist to somebody, you're normalizing it to your audience, and that has an overall harmful negative effect. You know what I mean? Like, so like it's not just like a feelings thing. Like you actually are more likely to contribute a vaster, bigger harm in like maybe subtler ways and distinctly. We don't know the exact amount of harm, but you are contributing harm. Like if you do that, that's my point. Yeah, he never really. You'll notice he never really tackles that.
That's why I said when he first came in, it sounds like he was listening to something different before he got in here. So it may actually be the case that like he actually doesn't know what you were talking about, and he just wanted to come in because he wanted to, I guess. It's almost
I get in a personal conflict with you, and then you get personal with me, and then I go above and I say, "Well, I'm glad your kid got raped." Do you think I'm being fucking Giga Chad? I'm being awesome. Like that's a cool thing.
Did I say that I'm in favor of doing this? No, that would hurt my feelings, and then I'd probably like punch you in the face or something.
It doesn't seem to matter, but like moral decency doesn't seem to fucking matter to you people. Like that's what I'm saying.
Moral what we've been saying is that like if you're responding disproportionately, then it's gonna make sense that it's gonna seem like you're out of line. That's it. But like we all seem to accept. You seem to accept the idea that that if somebody says something mean to you, you can be mean proportionally back. You seem to be on the same page with that. You just have these weird arbitrary lines around the N-word and rape that like makes it especially more taboo. But that's it. You can say that it's more taboo for you, that it makes you more uncomfortable.
I think it is inherently
That's fine. Like if you want to get defensive about being soy, that's fine too. But
no, because this is what you're doing. This is what a lot of people are doing.
I don't like the that's fine thing. They don't actually mean it, and that bothers me. They're condemning you with an affirmative.
Yeah.
That's shitty. But
you're saying it's bad for me to say that you shouldn't do this thing because you are lacking moral character when you're doing this. That's what you're suggesting when you say I'm being soy. I don't think
I'm saying who gives a fuck about moral character? The only thing that you're saying about moral character is that you.
Who cares about moral character? All that matters is whether you're being soy or not.
Yes, it's so ridiculous. He's saying like all it cares about is like how it makes me feel, and it's like, bro, like you are reducing this so much. Like I couldn't help but like think like, yeah, of course he's being bad faith. There's no fucking way he's not. Like I either you're really really dumb or you're really bad faith. And I'm just thinking he's smarter than us.
Yeah, it seems like he's being bad faith by focusing on you by calling you soy and then say, who cares about What did he say? Who cares about what? Like being moral?
Yeah.
Um,
Who cares about the morality, blah blah blah, and it's like, well, I don't even know how to fucking talk to you. Then I don't know.
yeah. So, basically saying the only thing that makes sense to care about is not caring about stuff.
Yeah,
That's
like
what-
to be fair, to be fair to the audience at points, I was emotional at this point, and so when I say like, it sounds really soy and cringe, but I meant it too. It's like from the kindness of your hearts, like have some moral decency. Yeah, that's soy and cringe. That's like even after I said it, I just realized I was like, that was probably one of the most soy cringe things I've ever heard in my life, like come out of my mouth right now. But like, sometimes being soy and cringe is not like bad. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
Fucking-
if you have opinions that are soy and cringe, then you just have to not care that they are. Because if you don't care that they are, then the power to criticize you for it just like vanishes.
Yeah. I don't necessarily care that they're soy and cringe, like, and it like takes away toys and everyone's mad at me. I don't care about being hated for that. What I do care about it, I do care about being dismissed because of it, because it's like, well, like if that's the only thing you can say about it, then like how do I argue with you about that? Like it's really ridiculous to me. It's like my way of arguing back to that is like I don't think being soy is inherently bad, like you guys are purporting it to be. Like you're like weighing how you're saying it too, especially.
That's what I mean is that you have to not care about it because if you're defending being soy,
Mhm.
that's caring about it, and it gives them more ammo to like say you're even more soy now.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier. Where I said like it does matter if you're coming off as being super soy because it's going to get used against you. This is what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And it just ruins the ability to have the conversation because they have this like thing that they can latch onto and avoid the conversation by using it, which is extremely frustrating when you actually care about what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason that you should care about whether or not you're coming off as soy or not is to avoid that kind of thing. Because otherwise, I think honestly, I think that like caring that much about it being soy is probably like the like higher up level of like caring too much. That's the actual cringy caring too much to me. But
yeah,
that's how they're gonna get you.
Feel differently about them. Why should anyone care about that?
A lot of people.
You're saying it's a red flag, not that they actually did something wrong.
You're not going to win more people to your side if you're being a piece of shit.
My side? Who gives a fuck, dude? What do you mean? This is why it's soy.
Make it wrong.
You're saying a bunch of shit that nobody cares about to make a moral argument. Why?
Okay, so you actually don't care. Well, I don't know why you're participating. I'm keeping you on mute. You're like actually a waste of my fucking time.
Oh my god,
If your whole point is
so much soy, bro.
Wait, Emery, wait, hold on. Wait, this was the question you could ask Kid, right? So, wait, Kid, you don't have me muted, right? Okay. Well,
no, I don't
I'm
mute
not
people. I'm not a fucking soy
okay,
little
perfect. Okay, I'm not muting either. Okay, so Kid. So I think a better question would have been asked. Well, if you were a father and your like 5-year-old or maybe 10-year-old got mad at you and punched you in the face, you wouldn't respond with the same level of force that you are capable of as a grown man, correct? You would use a different form of punishment. Right. Okay. So that's what I think Emmy's trying to say, right? If you are bigger, stronger, more popular, if you're more than the other person you're arguing with, or more moral than them, he's just saying you can get at them at a different way that won't compromise your character or your morals. I think that's
This
what
is the
Emery's
Destiny can't attack anybody argument. That has less viewers than but they can say whatever they want about him.
Wait, glitching. Why you guys?
No, like, okay, here's the thing, right?
I never said he couldn't attack.
I'll make this point. Wait.
Holy shit.
Here, what it is about, wait, really quick, okay? You might find some common ground here. What it's really about, for me, is whether or not you are uncomfortable about something. If a black dude was talking shit to me, and he called me like a cracker or something, I'm not gonna call him the N-word. because I don't feel like that's
Right, you won't call him something
that's not
else,
right
right?
for me to do. It would make me uncomfortable. That's
Right.
how I see that. It's not that I don't call him the N word
Dude,
because I think
oh
it'll
my
make
god,
society a
it's
bad
so
place, or I
frustrating to
think it'll
listen
ruin
to.
my moral character or any of that shit. No, I'm just uncomfortable with it. That would just make me uncomfortable. So I don't know why
Okay,
we're ever
your
making these
points.
moral.
It's really weird to be lodging like accusations of somebody being soy as a way to dismiss them and then say that. That's very weird to me.
It's like it would make me uncomfortable to do that, and it's like, bro, no, you know that's not the. What? Wait, why are you uncomfortable? Let's get to why. Like maybe you're doing a moral wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope
It's
that's
Arguments and appealing
retarded.
what
to
you
It's
just
say
not
like
here.
just about being
oh, it's just
uncomfortable. You're actually being a fucking
I'm gonna be
racist.
happier
You're
if
actually
you
being
don't
a
say the
bad
N word,
person.
but like
You're
Jesus.
actually doing something bad to somebody. You're judging people on immutable characteristics that they can't change. I think that's a moral bad. I think you're wrong, and I think you're a moral bad.
Okay,
It's
listen,
not about
I
being
think
a
I
person.
can
It's
have
not
these
about
ideas
being
of bad and
soy.
good, but
It's
I
about being a bad
actually have
person. You're
principles.
just being
Okay.
a bad person if you make fun of somebody for being
Hold on,
racist,
Emery.
or
I
if
think
you're
I can
being
clear this up for
like
you.
racist.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh my god, holy
Kid,
fuck, retarded.
going back to that hypothetical where y'all are throwing racial slurs at each other. If I said you were soy for not calling that person the N word, is that going to hurt your feelings that much?
No, I probably won't care.
Yeah, so yeah, this is kind of my point. Like, why do you guys
Look, that doesn't
fuck it?
work. Look, that
Why do
doesn't
you give a
work.
fuck if we're calling you soy for it or not?
Hold on. What? Because again, people find offensive different things. Just because you don't find offensive to it doesn't therefore make it not offensive. So sure, this
No,
may
no, no, no,
work with
no. I
Kid.
don't
He
think
may not get
anybody's
But
not here
irrelevant.
saying that
That's
it's
not
not
the
offensive.
argument.
We agree, it's
Yeah.
offensive.
Okay, well, people's reaction to it. Are you saying that? Is that what you're saying? Is that people shouldn't be upset that other people respond the same way that they were treated?
They're not
right, in
even saying
defense.
you shouldn't be soy. They're saying that you have to admit that this is like mostly just a feels argument. I don't feel like this is good. I don't like this thing. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It makes me feel like they aren't a progressive, and that and leave it at that. But instead,
not
when we
just
ask for
feelings.
like some sort
Hold
of
on, wait,
moral
wait.
and negative,
Actually
the
leads
moral
to people
negative
not
that we're
joining
giving
your
is,
political causes.
well,
if
I'm
you
gonna,
like
yes,
feeling
when we ask
beings,
for a
we-
moral negative, it's I'm gonna question whether or not you're a real progressive or whether or not you really believe these things, and that's not really a negative. There's not like a real negative there. It's just a possible negative or a red flag that could lead to a negative, but it's not a real negative in and of itself.
If you are trying to
Why
win
have the red
over,
flag if we can avoid having a red flag?
if you are trying to
Why
win
have the
over
red flag?
people, that is absolutely a negative. I don't see how that's not a negative. That's inherently a negative.
Like,
If you want
Smith-
as many people to follow your political cause as possible in your audience, you want more money, you want whatever reasons you want, that is inherently negative to you. To have people on Twitter thinking that you're a racist or that you support genocide or that you're a rape apologist is inherently negative. Of course it's negative. No one
Wait,
wants
this is
those
so
things.
silly. Why does it matter about like who's on your political side or not? Like if you're talking about like if there's like a CEO that like rapes somebody, you wouldn't say to that CEO like, "Hey, listen, rape is bad because it's really really bad for your company." Like why would you ever say that? That doesn't matter at all. Like who
You'd
cares?
have to
Talking
make-
about how Destiny and Erudite are talking to somebody that they hate and
Shit, who said that? Was that
Kid Not Ken.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Like, the reason he's right. You wouldn't say the reason why raping somebody is bad isn't because it's bad for your company. It would have to be because people, even the ones who aren't being assaulted, don't like it. And the effects that they suffer after the fact, also, they really don't like them. That's why we say it's bad. That's why we consider it to be traumatic. They don't like it happening, and they don't like what stems from it happening.
He's turning my argument because like it's like he's like
He's using your
he's-
argument. And he's just not saying it that way.
Yeah, he's trying to change it to where the situation is different. When I started the whole argument about Destiny and Erudite specifically. So when he's like, "Oh, why does it matter about political things?" And it's like, well,
He is trying to do it, but he's doing it really bad, and like you could rake him over the coals for this.
For my critique, it is, and I call him out. I basically tell him, that you're again changing the argument, and that's not what I mean. I don't know. I probably could have been like more aggressive on that and gotten more into it, but yeah, I just was honestly.
You should be like,
getting a
dog,
lot
that's
more-
my argument. Why is it Kidnotkin? Why is it? It's you're right. It's not because it's bad for the company. Why is it bad?
Yeah.
Unless you don't agree that it's bad, please tell me from your framework. Since you're right, you know what? I can't possibly explain mine, but I bet you so much. I bet you everything that it's almost identical to yours. So if you could just tell me why you think it's bad, because I agree it's not the company, you could help me. Because you've been so gracious to this whole time. You're trying to help me understand. Tell me why it's bad. And then watch as he is forced to give your argument.
Yeah, at that point, my brain is just like, bro, like you're changing the thing again, and you're trying to sidetrack it when you know my original point is about a very specific criticism of two people on how they handled one person and how that affects their larger audience and their moral principles. And yeah.
But he set himself up really bad. But yeah, I agree that this is probably exceptionally exhausting. So I give you that. Yeah, I easily give you that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
How they interact with that person, and so when they say something about her being raped as an insult and a joke against them, yeah, that's a bad look on progressives. Yes, that's like
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with whether or not it's bad or good.
You're turning it into
nothing to do with whether or not it's bad or good. That's just a totally different argument. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's bad or good. So I don't know why you keep bringing up that, like, oh, it's bad because it makes you look bad in my eyes, and it's bad for bringing up people to the progressive movement and all this shit. Like, who cares?
There's a reason I'm on a long pause right now. It's because I woke somebody up.
Okay, but I think Emery cares, right? So we got to acknowledge that people are going to care about things.
Yeah,
that
that's
we
the
feel
only
like they
point,
shouldn't
right?
care.
That's the point.
Well, I think there's more than just one Emery in this world. So I'm pretty sure we have other people that.
Like our point is, we're actually okay with you just saying the reason is because it makes me feel bad. Like, I don't have a good reason why. Like, I can't articulate to you why saying the N-word is a bad to a black person, other than that that feels like a bad thing to do. That's okay.
But then your response is, though, you would say that, well, if they make fun of you racially, then therefore you should respond and self. And Emery's against that. He's saying just because they respond,
if you do that, I'm not gonna have that big of a problem with them. Be like, ah, damn, yeah.
Right, yeah, but Emery clearly does. That's what I'm saying. There's other people that would see your character compromised more than you would see yourself, right? Maybe to you, it doesn't compromise yourself, but to Emery, if he saw one like you with a big influence, with other followers, seeing the way you're acting, you're going to tell them, like, hey, guys, you can somehow have this stance, but then engage into the negatives of that stance at the same time and somehow still be a advocate of it. Like, oh, I'm against racism, but then I engage in racist like slurs, like throwing and crap.
Find somebody Sawyer than Destiny and Erudite, if that's the problem.
Wait, glitch.
That's the first time he's actually.
Oh, I know you're not glitching.
Do you want them to? Is the argument you want them to change their values and their morals for you?
What?
Well,
Yeah,
not for
like
me.
this kind of goes back to like the N-word arc for Destiny, where he's saying, "Hey, I make racist jokes in private. I say the N-word sometimes in private when nobody else is around."
My heart goes out to Smith. He seems like he's probably a really nice dude. Why is it 2022 and not 2024? Oh, because I'm stupid.
Yeah.
I fucked that up. Good point. It is the 2024 roadmap. I don't know how I went backwards there.
By this point in the conversation, not only was I kind of drained and irritated with his like little parlor tricks, the long pause was because I woke somebody up. It was in the middle of the night, and I was just like talking to them about it. I was trying to, yeah.
Yeah, you're good. My biggest challenge to you is in the future, instead of thinking of them as parlor tricks, think of them as mistakes that they're making.
Okay.
And if you identify them, you can avoid the negative effects of them being parlor tricks, which if you let them, that's what they'll be. but instead exploitable mistakes in the conversation, and then you can get your point across. And in this case, show that like you really never came here to say anything that they cared about at all. It sounds like to me now they were just here to like score some Erudite and Destiny points.
Well, I'm not even sure if that was their main goal, because I don't know how close Kid Not Kin is to Erudite
It's like
or
the
Destiny.
only thing they said that had
A little-
anything like resembling like they cared about it. They're like, well, then find somebody different than Erudite and Destiny to criticize about it. Like, oh, there's the first emotional argument I've heard. This signals to me that they care.
Yeah.
Because nobody should be here if they don't have some argument that is also emotional. And this is the first time he said anything that even remotely resembled that he cared about what he was saying. Everything else was just like trying to dunk on you.
Yeah. So like I think somebody summarized it pretty well, but they were a little bit more harsh. But I feel like this is accurate. I started off pretty strong, and for the most part, I was pretty strong. Once he approaches and he does his little fucking things, like not only am I kind of sick of like being misunderstood and having to repeat myself and like simple points, I feel like he starts like confusing the conversation a little bit, and then I'm getting more soy by doing stuff like muting him for like I only mute him for like a minute to calm down a little, but that doesn't look good.
Yeah, you can hear like everybody else in the call got like visibly like uncomfortable on your behalf when you did it. Like, oh no, Emery.
It was just like I did it because it's just like, bro, oh my god,
Yeah.
like not engaging, and like I don't want to speak to you. You're
Yeah, when people
I shouldn't do that, and I'm going to try to not do that in the future. Jesus, I get really angry.
Yeah,
Jeez.
part of the problem is sometimes people really are that stupid, which is
Mhm.
crazy. But more often than not, they're trying to fuck with you. But all of this can absolutely be like really emotionally taxing. I should clarify when I say all of this. Trying to explain something to somebody who either won't or can't understand like your bottom layer of your I won't even say argument, whatever you're trying to say is extremely taxing. It doesn't matter if it's in front of other people or if it's just a private conversation. It's rough.
Yeah.
But if you want to have a presence and stuff, try to make sure that you're keeping tabs on yourself. And if you got to call it, it doesn't have to be an L. You can just be like, yo, I got some stuff to do. If you want, literally anytime, or like give them your availability, we can pick this up right then.
Mhm.
I just got some stuff going on. And that's probably the one thing that more people need to do, because if you're beating stuff, you owe it to yourself to becoming something that you really care about. And honestly, trying to get people to understand that it's not good to criticize people for being raped is a pretty decent cause to get your shit right when you're doing it. So yeah, just look out for yourself, buddy.
Yeah, and it's like I think I'm about to go because I gotta sleep soon. I gotta be up early. But the last thing I'll end on, because this conversation is basically over. There's like maybe one more thing I say, and then I tell them I'm like, because same like right now I had to go to sleep. I had to get some sleep. I had to be up. But I think the thing that made me more frustrated, that increased my frustration about the conversation. It was still an enjoyable conversation overall. I still had fun, but there was a frustration in terms of I feel like I'm passionate. I care about this, and I feel like everyone else should at least understand my perspective a lot more than they are saying they do. I think it's pretty understandable to not want to be that cruel to somebody.
Yeah,
It feels it feels alien to me that there's like a disregard of like moral decency, and that actually saddens me a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the thing that I'm talking about that is emotionally taxing, no matter where it's happening at. trying very hard to be understood and not being able to be understood it's
Mm.
like one of my least favorite feelings in the entire world. It's infuriating.
Yeah, it's it's funny too because it's like man, I do clown on Mr. Grohl, but it's like probably the thing that made me like any of his content in the first place is it's sincere.
Yes.
And even with my big critiques of him, even the abusive things I think he does, it still comes out of a place of sincerity, and I never feel like he's intentionally being malicious or cruel or anything like that. And I think the space is used to people being intentionally cruel or manipulative because, like, well, you know, that's how it just kind of functions. So I don't know. I guess like maybe they see me as that way because I'm defending, at least in the current moment, someone that they see as, in a lot of ways, rightfully they see as like a horrible person. So you know,
That's why I'll debate Mr. Girl's content, his positions. Even if I don't agree with them, I can argue like his position on it very well.
Yeah.
But once somebody says that he's lying or he's being dishonest, I really don't have much to say to you because if we're gonna be able to use that as an argument against him, like, then I just really don't think we can use anybody as an example of somebody who's sincere. Like now I have to trust that you're sincere. Like it's just too difficult for me because that is the thing. I've never been given a single reason to think that he's lied to his audience or done anything that's like on purpose dishonest like that.
yeah, the worst things he's ever done, in my view, they all usually stem from the factor of I feel like he's just like kind of in his own world, stuck there, and he views something in a very particular way. And yeah, I hope. I think he's getting therapy. I don't know what his therapy thing is, but I hope he's able to recover from whatever things that I feel like he needs to recover from, and whatever he feels like he needs to recover from. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's I guess that's all I had to say. Yeah.
All right, are you taking off, or are you sticking around for the last little bit here? There's no pressure either way. If you got to go to bed, go to bed.
The last little bit is like I wouldn't even recommend you watch it. And it's just like literally I say like one more thing because I think Tom compares something about this conversation to Destiny's N-word arc, and I'm like, no, that's not comparable. And then I basically say, all right, I'm going to bed, and that's it. Yeah.
All right, well,
But yeah,
I don't value that judgment call at all because I've been here for over 4 hours listening to this motherfucker. I'm listening to the end.
all right, cool. Yeah,
I've dug way too deep.
Yeah, have fun.
I appreciate you coming on to talk to me about it instead of just having me watch it on my own. This is a lot
Yeah,
of fun.
yeah.
Especially for
I have
having
fun.
no plans tonight.
And actually, I'm glad I was able to talk to you to not only just like for you to confirm everything I think, but it's more so to challenge me on things that I could do better, or just challenge me on my thought process on this in general, not just like I don't know another word besides dick ride, but just you know what I mean, like yeah.
I hope that you found the criticism constructive.
Yeah, no, it is constructive, and it's something I am. I'm gonna re-listen to this probably tomorrow at work and make sure I absorb it a little bit and think about it, ponder. Yeah. Anyway,
that's what's up.
Okay. I'm out. You have a good night, man.
You too. Thank you.
Like,
bye.
Around and I'm just with my friends who aren't racist, I might make these jokes. And everybody else says, well, you admitting this actually hurts progressives and makes us all look like we're a bunch of racists, and now you're actually hurting the cause against
Tom,
racism.
what was my response to that?
Their arguments
What
on
was my
that.
response to that?
Their arguments on that are really, really dumb. I agree with you. I don't think it's really comparable to when you like publicly shame somebody for being raped. I don't think it's even the same.
But when we're talking about using the N-word as an example, like I think it starts to become comparable.
It's context dependent to me on how bad. Yeah.
oh man, the right person being in that conversation would have I can just hear somebody going like, "Are you seriously comparing somebody saying the N-word to rape?"
But Tom,
Because he
the
did.
secrecy
He said it's
thing
a lot more comparable.
doesn't work because, like I
I
said,
don't
was my
care,
response
but
to you about the secrecy in
I
private
could hear
doesn't
somebody
work
doing
because
it.
it always comes to light. Just like how the Destiny saying the N-word thing, we didn't know anything about that, right? And your point would have worked, but it clearly failed because we did find out about it. So that's what I'm saying. Instead of having these skeletons in your closet, don't have them there. You will never have to worry about coming to light. That's
Eh,
why it's bad
I
to be
agree with you
the
to
public
some
aspect of
extent.
this, the public aspect of this is interesting, but like I think that the only thing that we're ever really getting at whenever we're talking about like public usage of slurs or whatever it is that you have to ask that person who's
I think Tom has been pretty on point here, except for what I assume for him to have been confused. I think I probably agree with almost everything he said. Well, there's a couple things that I don't, but like, he's been pretty spot on, pretty good faith, except for that moment of confusion. I just think he got mixed up.
saying that, whether or not they care
He
about
has
the
like
people who may or
Tom has hesitancy about things that I think mirrors mine a lot. I think that's what I'm really latching onto. I don't know how much I actually agree with him, but I really appreciate and mirror his hesitancy when he's given it throughout
may
this.
not be affected by it. And if
Hey,
they say that they don't care, then that's it. Then that's
I
it.
think we have had
Well,
different
even
Yeah,
more
conversations.
so
If
to
they
Tom,
don't
me,
care
like
about how
I
Emery
agree
feels
that.
about it, then it's like, all right, well, I guess that's it.
Hey,
I
Tom,
agree
I was
that
about to agree
Destiny's
with me. This
point.
is rare. This is rare.
Hold on. I
Tom,
agree that
I'm gonna
Destiny's
dip
point is
out.
hurt.
Y'all
Okay.
have a good night, right?
All right,
Love
later.
you. Bye
Be
bye.
safe.
I agree that
There we
Destiny's
go.
point is hurt
Okay.
by
That's all I wanted. Heard Emery's part. Okay, so sorry that I have the title wrong. I'm really dumb for that. 2024 roadmap. I'm gonna start a regular show. I have somebody who is gonna co-host it with me potentially. I really want to have a co-host for it. We still gotta hammer it out, but I finally found somebody that is interested. We're gonna talk about Jesus Christ. Relationships. A lot of stuff involving like dating and stuff is really like targeted at like the incel crowd, and it's like pickup and things like that. There's not a lot of people that talk about like problems that come up in relationships or like give advice on how to resolve those things. So I had to find somebody who was in a stable relationship for like at least like at least a couple of years, be able to have them co-host it. And I talked about it in Reservoirs Discord, and we already have callers lined up. I just assumed that we'd be at least in the beginning, just like sort of like pulling up some stuff on Reddit and talking about that. But we already have people that are like in line to call in, which is pretty cool. And that's without even talking about who the other person is. So I have pretty high hopes for that. I'm gonna continue to stream on more than just 2 platforms, assuming that like it's not gonna be TOS for Twitch. What else do I got? I'm gonna be making some improvements to the Discord. If you're not aware, we're having a meme contest in the Discord. On March 1st, I'm gonna declare a winner, and they get a prize. All you have to do to be a part of it is be in the Discord and share memes in the meme thing. Whatever one I think is the funniest, or if for some reason I value it more than just for the humor, and it exceeds all the ones that were funny. Whatever my favorite one is, they're gonna get a prize on March 1st, and it'll go forward every 2 months. I am gonna finish playing Resident Evil 4 because I told my wife I would stream it, and then we got it, and she's very invested in that. She's been asking me for a long time. I plan on hopefully in the next like month or 2 wrapping up the Mr. Girl and Destiny stuff. What was that?
It's like almost a year.
Yeah, I know, almost a year. That's my bad. I got some one-on-one debates that are either in the works or like planned out. Counterpoints and I are gonna debate. I'm gonna be reaching out to him. I'm gonna give him like more than one day. Probably gonna reach out to him on Tuesday to set it up. He wanted to set it up after the new year about polyamory, which I'm pretty excited for that. I am gonna do my best to try to get more one-on-one conversations with people and debates because I like that, and they're like a lot more enjoyable than panels are to me, and it gives me a better opportunity to challenge the way I think about things than panels do, because panels, it often feels like I can't even get my whole ideas out, or even when I do, I have other ideas that I just can't really express. So I'm not doing a whole lot of challenging myself, just more or less just like throwing challenges out there and seeing what catches. um I feel like there was something else, but like moved like way far away from where I was at. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing some streams with Raven. How do you pronounce his name? I will figure this out. Oh wait, he just added me on Discord. Raven Crow. They do a lot of like horror game content, and I talk to them about horror in general, and we're gonna play some Fatal Company. Well, I try to get his opinion. So, like, I know that some horror game companies have like sent him games to try out. I thought that was so cool. So I at least consider him somewhat of an authority on the genre. That should be pretty cool. And is it Appearing Offline? Is that his name? Ignoring Chat. Same vein. Ignoring Chat is gonna we're gonna talk about comedy, and we're gonna play his request. He didn't even know that I played. We're gonna play some Mortal Kombat 2, and I plan on holding a Mortal Kombat tournament in the near future. We'll have some people in the space attending, and inevitably a rematch with Mr. Girl. Those are the only things that I have like totally fleshed out to where I know that they're gonna happen. I mean, unless like Counterpoints cancels or something. But I'm still working on other stuff too, and I wanna improve on the Discord quite a bit as well. My voice is almost completely gone now. It got worse between yesterday and today. So that's it for me. So that way I can actually talk tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Happy New Year. Thanks for coming into 2024 with me, and not 2022 as my title suggests. Have a good night and a good start to your year.